Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start the afternoon session. After that, anyone can actually attend to the Vihara in person. ඔබ කැමතිනේ අයට විහාරස්ථානයේ අරිනවා එකේ ඉඳලා සහභාගී වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඇවිල්ලා. හයින්ද වෙනකම් විහාරේ ඉන්න පුළුවන්. Today afternoon session start with a sermon. Venerable Sukhita Mano will be giving this sermon. I hope some of you have noted that Venerable Sukhita Mano is living with us at the London Buddhist Vihara. Very helpful for everything at the Vihara. So therefore, Sukhita Mano, although he is newly ordained monk, nearly 2 years, but he well versed and well educated and good teacher. I hope he will continue his service at the Vihara for another time, another few months at least. So therefore I would like to welcome him, wishing him all the good wishes for him. And now the sermon will be delivered by Sukhita Mano. After that, at 2, another sermon. We start now. Would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu?
I'll go with this one.
Kattu nanti aganda. Make one.
නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතු සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතු සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතු සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස. Most Venerable Bogada Silimada Mahathera, the other abbot of the London Buddhist Vihara and the chief Sanghanayaka of the United Kingdom, Most Venerable Bandula Mahathera and Most Venerable Upananda Mahathera, dear Dhamma friends, so I'm so privileged and humbled to deliver this talk on a very special day. So it's my first ever Dhamma talk in London Buddhist Vihara, and so I'm very happy to see some faces over here and see some devotees online on Facebook and YouTube. So as usual, I didn't prepare for this talk, and I thought go with the flow. So I was thinking what I'm going to deliver this afternoon, but nothing came into my mind actually. So I thought we just talk what Buddha teach us, and especially this very special day, and what we're supposed to do according to Buddha's teaching. So since we have quite few people over here, I might need your interaction with me too. I would like to ask a couple of questions, and I'd like to get your responses too. So, what really Buddha expected from us? It's a very valid question, and have you ever been listening to what he really wanted us to do? So, what do you think Buddha actually told us? We all know that he passed away 2,500 years back. And Buddha, as Bodhisattva, he has gone through eons of birth and death, realms of eons of cycles of birth and death. And he had gone through so much painstaking and suffering, just looking after the happiness and looking after the liberation. And but when we look at our society, and especially now, a lot of things going on in Sri Lanka, and we feel like, oh, what's going on? Are we really Buddhist people? And are we really following the real Dhamma? And how we supposed to act in a situation like this, where everybody in difficulties, and everybody having problems, not having electricity, not having gas, not having rations, and we're going through a lot of difficulties, and also we think, okay, it can happen, and how we reacted to these problems, how we overcome these problems with some peace and with a clearful mindset. So I was thinking, it's a good thing to go back to the roots and what Buddha really expected from us. And so since it's Vesak day, it's wonderful to see some faces over here, and we have passed so many Vesaks in our lifetime. Some of us maybe 10, 20, 30, some of us maybe 50, 60. We have passed so many Vesaks, and it's going to be another Vesak day, and you come to the temple, observe 8 precepts, and spend some time, have a good lunch, and talk to monks, and go back home and go back to work from tomorrow. And so, like I said, we have passed so many Vesaks, and have we ever put our attention to what Buddha expected from us? So I would like to bring your attention to what Buddha really wanted us to do, and spending eons of time looking for liberation and spreading the turning Dhamma wheel. He was expecting us to follow his own path and get the ultimate liberation. And what we were doing is, we never listened to him. We completely ignore his discourses, ignore his teaching, and just carry on whatever we would like to do. And what do we really like to do then? And what is the contradiction between what we are doing and what Buddha asked us to do, and Buddha was expecting us to do? So then people talk, yeah, we know Bhante, we know what Buddha really said. Buddha talked about the dukkha, and we are experiencing it now. We are suffering a lot, so nobody wants to tell us we are master of suffering, and we know exactly what suffering is. So Buddha also said there are people are suffering, there's a dukkha, there are plenty of suffering going on. So we really know what is suffering, what is the cessation of suffering, what is the cause of suffering, and what is the path for the liberation of suffering. So did Buddha really talk about suffering then? Is that so pessimistic? Is that really pessimistic, like Buddha just talk about suffering? Or did Buddha say something else? Because the word dukkha says, the translation of the word dukkha says it's inconvenience, suffering, pain. So is that really pessimistic? So I have come across so many my friends, and they really don't want to listen to Buddhist teaching, and they said, the Buddhist teaching is talk about the dukkha, talk about the worrying, talk about the suffering. It's really pessimistic, and it's really it's expecting us to let go. So why are we letting go then? So they think, I won't be able to have a good life because we are expected, as a Buddhist, we are expected to let go everything, your wealth, your happiness, your loved ones. So is that what Buddha asks us, to let go everything? And he just only talk about the dukkha. So it's interesting thing to just investigate what really Buddha talk about suffering, and the word dukkha has plenty of meanings. Buddha just took a common word, the dukkha, and gave a different interpretation. So here I like to share my own experience. After about 3-4 months after my ordination, a friend of mine spoke to me, and he was a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine, and we had a little conversation, and he just wanted to know how I was doing. And I'll just go through the conversation, and probably it will help you to understand what was the Buddha's message. The conversation is like that. He just phoned me and hey, how are you doing? What's going on? So how is the life like? I said, I'm ordained now, so there's nothing much to do apart from you just do your meditations, reading suttas, delivering Dhamma talks, morning and evening pujas, just an ordinary life, quite normal life. And then the next question was, right, did you earn any money? Like, how you survive? Are you carrying on any work? No, I said no. We don't work as monks, and we don't take any jobs. So all the 4 requisites provided by the lay people, the dayakas. That's nice. So then how about your other stuff? So we know that we give the 4 requisites, like your food, your robes, and there's a temple somewhere you can live in. There's a little kuti. And he said, right, so you get all those 4. How about other stuff, like you don't need any shopping, like do you go for groceries? No, I said, no, the food is provided. How about going shopping for your clothes? Like, do you go shopping for your robes? No. How about buying anything else, like gadgets? Have you ever been to? Have you at least don't you shopping online? I said, not necessarily. Everything is provided by the lay people. Then that's fine. That's nice then. So how about the food? Do you get really nice food? I said, we get a sort of food, and so you might have very delicious food, isn't it? Like I said, no, you have to mix everything, and you have to say Patisankara Pindapatam Patisevami. You just say that we are just taking this food to keep our life alive, and so food we take moderately. And is that? And we don't eat dinner. You don't eat dinner? That's terrible. How will you survive with one or 2 meals? And then I said, that's all right. Since we are not working much, we are not doing physical activities, so 2 meals should be fine. And then how about how is your music classes? How is your music lesson? Do you take any music? How is your sports? I said, no, I'm not taking any music lessons. I can't play piano, or I can't play guitar. I can't sing. I can listen to music. I said, and how about your sports? Are you still cycling? Can you go for swimming? I said, no, you can't. You can't go to swim. You're not cycling, and what else he asked? And how about going for a dinner? Going for a dinner and dance? I said, there's no dinner, there's no dance. So you can't dance and you... and then how about going for a movie, watching Netflix, and going for cinema, going for even a coffee in the evening, going with cookie and coffee? No. And then he said, then after asking all these questions, and there was like a little pause between our conversation, and the next question was, so what is the point of having a life like this? Is it really worth? Your life looks like a really bored and miserable, and you can't enjoy at all. You can't do any of this. You can't go for a barbecue. You can't go for a seaside. You can't go for holidays. What I expect to do in the monastery, doing nothing, just reading suttas and sitting cross-legged and meditating, and there's no fun there. There's no pleasure at all. And then even I was just thinking, yes, that's really true. I had a very fun lifestyle. I was working, I had a good job. Then I did everything like what other people are doing. Went for holidays, did a lot of sports, music, and life was like real fun. And suddenly you just wear a robe and shave your hair, and you can't do, basically you are restricted, and you are expected to follow precepts, 10 precepts, 5 or 10, or if you are a high ordained monk, 220 precepts. So that conversation made me inquiring, investigating, researching on what really Buddha said. Buddha said that you can't enjoy your life at all. It's so pessimistic, it's so bored, and the Buddhists are so grumpy, and they're not smiling because you're not supposed to be enjoyable, isn't it? Like, and then people think, oh, Buddhist people, you got to let go your wealth, you have your friends and family, you can't hold any possession, you got to be really moderate, you're living with simplistic life, moderate life. And is that what Buddha really meant on his teaching? So haven't there been any like kings and queens, any disciples with a lot of wealth? If you heard about his chief disciples, Anathapindika and Vishaka, have they been so poor and grumpy? Are they like miserable people? If you talk about the Jataka stories, or if you go through the discourses, would you find them really grumpy people? They have let go everything they possess. They let go their wealth. The Vishaka had 20 kids, haven't she? And she was a wealthiest woman, one of the wealthiest women. And also they attend Sotapanna as well. At least they are either Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, or Arahant. So do you really let go? Do you have to let go everything to attain a sort of liberation? So what really Buddha said then? Did he only talk about the suffering? Or by the word suffering or the word dukkha, did he mean something else? So do you have any like ideas about it? Or do you think Buddha just talk about suffering, or the dukkha word dukkha gives a different interpretation? Yeah, sure.
See, dukkha,
Uh-huh.
was for marriage or age, being free certain things that I see not for marriage, I think I've seen certain things, yes. Dukkha comes as pleasure,
Mm-hmm.
and you get attached to that pleasure, and then it comes dukkha, then you go looking for more pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
And more you search for pleasure, what you're going to find at the end of the life, what you're going to find is dukkha.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my answer.
Right. Any other?
Basically, Buddha said that there is suffering due to our attachment to our own cravings.
Oh, the mic here. Yeah. Give the mic. Ask them to come forward. Or they give them the other mic, so it would be nice. Yeah, you can speak to the mic so the people on live stream can also hear the discourse.
Okay, according to my understanding, Bhagavan Buddha said that the suffering is due to the attachment to the cravings,
Mm-hmm.
which we create the aversions and clinging to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he means by the attachment.
Okay.
In my life, for maybe many years, I thought it was attachment to the belongings, attachment to the family,
Mm-hmm.
attachment to the wealth we have.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding has come to it that basically we need to have attachment to our family so that we can do some good deeds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not talking about the attachment to, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not talking about the attachment, but if we have family, we need to look after them. We need to have our good deeds. We get the opportunity to good deeds. If we have wealth, we have the opportunity to donations and all.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, suffering starts from our own cravings, what we crave for, the clinging towards the sensations we have,
Mm-hmm.
like the gross or the subtle sensations. So subtle sensations give us happiness, gross sensations give us suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that attachment is what he's talking about, according to my understanding.
Okay.
So we have to overcome them rather than giving up everything in our household life. As a householder, we need to have certain things in life. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Okay.
So I found this morning a very interesting suttas to share with you that elaborate more about the idea of dukkha. So let me read some passages and probably we can talk a bit more about this is since his own discourse, and we can stick to the basic teaching, and then we can elaborate more on through the discussion, right? So this is called the Piyajatika Sutta, and it says, now at a time a certain householder's dear and beloved only child passed away. After their death, he didn't feel like working or eating. He would go to the cemetery and wail, "Where are you, my only child? Where are you, my only child?" He was like weeping and worrying, and his only child passed away. Then some of his friends and families, they couldn't bear that this man is wailing and weeping and in lamentation, and he said, "Okay, you might find an answer, just go and see the Buddha." And he went to see the Buddha, and he said, "Bhante, Buddha, Lord Buddha, my only child passed away a couple of weeks back. I can't go to work, I can't eat, and I'm not feeling like doing anything." And then he went into Buddha, bowed and sat down to one side, and the Buddha said to him, "Householder, you look like someone who is not in their right mind. Your faculties have deteriorated." "And how, sir? Could my faculties not have been deteriorated? For my dear and beloved only child has passed away. Since their death, I haven't felt like working or eating. I go to cemetery and wail." Then the Buddha said, "Yeah, that's true, householder. That's true. That's so true, householder. For our loved ones are the source of sorrow and lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress." The Buddha confirmed it. And the man says, "I'm really worrying. My only son passed away." And Buddha says, "Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's true. That's so true." He didn't say that's fine. He said, "That's so true. That's so true, the household. Our loved ones are the source of sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress." And then the householder says, "Sir, How on earth could ever think such a thing? Then he disagreed. How come that our loved ones bring us suffering? They're meant to give us happiness, isn't it? So do you, any of you think that our loved ones gives us suffering? Your kids, your friends, your family, your belongings, your cars, anything you love, do that really gives you suffering? Huh?
When we lose it,
Yeah.
we suffer.
Yeah.
Because we are so attached to it.
Yeah. So then the man disagrees, and he rejected, and he just got up and his seat and he left. So now at that time, several gamblers were playing dice not far from the Buddha. The household approached them and told them what had happened. And even they confirmed it. Yeah, that's true, household. That's so true, household. For our loved ones are the source of joy and happiness. They also confirmed. There's no way that our loved ones could bring us suffering and sadness. We love so much. We love them so much, and they make us happy. Your kids, your family, your job, your car, whatever you do for like your favorite sports, baking, cooking, anything you love to do, and gives you joy and happiness, isn't it? Right. And eventually the topic of discussion reached the royal compound. Then the King Pasenadi addressed Queen Mallika. And he says in a very nice way, Mallika, your ascetic Gautama said this. Your ascetic Gautama. The King Pasenadi says, your ascetic Gautama. And it seems like Mallika, the Queen Mallika has so much faith in Buddha, and apparently the Pasenadi Kausala hasn't had that much of faith and Buddha's teaching. That's why I said, your Buddha, your Master Gautama, your ascetic Gautama said this: our loved ones are source of sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress. If that's what Buddha said, great king, then that's how it is. And she says, if the Buddha said, that is exactly how it is. It can't go wrong. Right? And then said, you're just like a student who agrees with everything their teachers say. That's what the king said. He said, you foolish, you just follow your teacher and you don't really examine, and whatever he says you just accept blindly. And he didn't even like the response from the Mallika. Go away and get out of this place. Right? And the Queen Mallika addressed the Brahmin Nalichang. And then she talked to another man and asked, like a servant or somebody, and asked him to please go to Buddha, visit him, and in my name bow with your heads in his feet. Ask him, he is healthy and well, nimble, strong, and living comfortably. That's good, so just greet him and see how he's doing. And sir, did Buddha make this statement? Then asked whether he made this statement. Did you say that our loved ones are source of sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress? Then he asked him, did you say this? Did you tell somebody that our loved ones bringing us sadness, sorrow, lamentation? And then he says, yes. Master Gautama, Queen, then he said, yeah, the Buddha made this statement. Our loved ones are the source of sorrow, lamentation. He confirms, yes, I said that. Our loved ones are the source of sorrow, lamentation, sadness, and distress. That's right, Brahmin. That's right, I said that. Then once upon a time, right here, Savatthi, a certain woman, her mother passed away. Okay. Okay, the next story is, I think, is going to... then he just explained about once upon a time, here in Savatthi, certain woman's mother passed away, and because of that, she went mad and lost her mind. She went from street to street and from square to square saying, "Has anyone seen my mother? Has anyone seen my mother?" And here is another way of understanding how our loved ones are a source of sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress. So it goes on. It's a quite long sutta. Let me find the end bit. Okay, now then once he confirms, then Buddha says why it's. Buddha talked to this. He confirms here. He said that the suffering coming from the source of suffering coming from the loved ones, and then he explains how it happens. Right. Right. Then the story goes back to the Mallika, and then the Mallika asks, when she goes back to the Pasana, the Kosala, and asking the king, "Do you love me?" He's asking the king, "Do you love me?" Then he says, "Indeed, I love you, Mallika. What do you think, great king? If I were to decay and perish with sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress arise in you, if I were to decay, if I die, if something happened to me, right? So, like if I die, if I get old, if I get corona, right? Something happened to myself, if I had an accident or any problems and somebody shouting at me, right? Somebody hurt me, how would you feel? Would you be happy or would you be upset?" So could sorrow, lamentation, pain, sadness, and distress could arise in you? Then he says, "Oh, yeah, why not, Mallika? I love you so much, and if something happened to you, I'll be really upset. I couldn't bear it." So then Mallika asks, "Oh, how about our son? So if something happened to our daughter, if something happened to her, let's say somebody, if she dies, if she passed away, if she decays, if she gets sick, yeah, if she loses something, if somebody like scolding her, shouting at her, somebody makes her unhappy, how would you feel?" "Yeah, then I would be really upset. So I wouldn't let anybody harm any of our family." Right? Then the Mallika said, that's what Buddha said, Venerable. That's what the Buddha explained, the great king. So if something goes wrong to any of your loved ones, this is where the suffering comes from. It doesn't come from somewhere else. All right? Suffering doesn't come from during the pandemic time, how many people passed away? And it has been just a news for us. Right? So what will happen within those, I don't know, maybe 56,000 died, isn't it, during the pandemic time? And what if among one of them was one of our loved ones? How would we react? Right? Then we would have been devastated, isn't it? And we would be really upset, really unhappy, devastated, and we wouldn't bear that pain. So, but there are plenty of people dying every day, and your neighbor could have died. And recently, it's a classic example. Is recently one of our good devotees passed away, isn't it? And a lot of people, I think the funeral was yesterday, right? And a lot of people attended the funeral, and most of her friends, family, beloved ones, they were so upset. And but maybe one of her neighbors could have been even that worried. Maybe the person lives a couple of houses away from her, probably could have been not that upset, because they're not in great connection and they're not in good touch and good friendship. So the people who really lost are the people who really loved her. Her husband, her kids, they're the people really worried about her demise. Not somebody who is not related to her, who hasn't been friends with her. Right? So now you understand suffering is coming only from your loved ones. Right? It doesn't come from anywhere else. Right? It doesn't come from somebody who even your next door wouldn't give you some. Sometimes you have no much connection with your neighbors, and you just go to work, come home, and you're just carrying on your own stuff, and so you didn't have that much of relationship with your neighbors, and if something happened to your neighbor, even you didn't notice sometimes. And there'll be a story like, oh, then somebody asked in the pub or somewhere, oh, do you know that man passed away? Ah, really? I didn't know. I said, yeah, oh, sorry to hear, but yeah. And that is the response. So what happens if your loved one passed away? Would you just talk like, ah, really? Mama passed away? Seriously? Ah, okay, that's fine. I'll be all right. She will. So my brother in Sri Lanka will look after her. Right? They will do the proceedings. So I don't need to worry about it. So do you react like that? No, isn't it? And you get like you act like wild, and they start weeping and crying and jump around, and you want to book your flight ticket as soon as possible and just travel and to see and pay the last respect for the cause, isn't it? The loved ones. So that's what Buddha, indeed, that's what Buddha says. The dukkha is not just a dukkha, it's not a mere dukkha coming from elsewhere. It is coming from your loved ones. Alright? So Buddha didn't say the word dukkha he didn't say is suffering. Just suffering. Anybody's suffering. Anybody's suffering doesn't give us dukkha, doesn't give us sadness, sorrow, lamentation. Does it? It doesn't give you lamentation, sorrow, isn't it? If somebody died a couple of houses away from here, would you really, are we going to stop the program? No, isn't it? So the Vesak celebration will carry on. Right? So if you get a news, if you get a telephone call now, right now, your loved ones going through any problem, like you don't need to die to worry. Just your kid at home has broken his hand. How are you going to react to that thing? You're going to listen to the remaining of the talk, isn't it? Right? You're going to run away from here. Oh, what happened to my son? My beloved son, my only son, isn't it? Huh? Maybe like a little scratch probably. And so still your reaction is completely different. So that's why the Buddha said the dukkha is coming from the loved ones. So you get the whole idea. The Buddha did not talk and he didn't mean the word dukkha is something outside. So something happened to anybody and you wouldn't really worry, isn't it? Like, so are you really worried about the people dying in Ukraine? Nobody really cares about. Nobody's now listening to that particular subject, and we're listening to what's going on in Sri Lanka. Right? Sri Lanka, people in Sri Lanka only going through like lack of gas and electricity. People in Ukraine going for in a greater way of suffering, isn't it? Comparing to the Sri Lankans at the moment. So with that, actually, I want to bring another way of looking at it as well. There's another sutta, I think it's on the Devata Vitakka Sutta. Buddha really talk about what really suffering is, and Buddha said there's a Pali stanza. It says, "Rupa Shabda Rasa Gandha Pachadamma Rupa Shabda Rasa Gandha Pasadamma Chakevala Ittakanta Manapacha Yavachiti Uchati Sadeva Kassa Lokassa Ettevo Sukha Sammata Yatta Cheto Nirujjanti Ettevo Dukha Sammata Yampare Sukuto Aho Tadriya Dukkuto Vidum Yampare Dukkuto Aho Tadriya Sukuto Vidum." So people who understand Pali might probably get the idea. Rupa Shabda Rasa Gandha Pasadamma Chakevala. The Buddha says there are pleasurable, enjoyable sights, sounds, tastes, the tactile contact, the physical contact, the mind formation. There are plenty of enjoyable, pleasurable stuff. The Buddha is not going to deny there's no pleasure in them. Right? You can find plenty of nice foods, right? Nice sightseeing. That's why you're going for holidays, and if you're expecting your holiday place is going to be a beautiful place, you're not going for somewhere is not pleasurable, isn't it? And you're not going to eat something like a random food doesn't give you any taste. You really check the salt, amount of salt and pepper, isn't it? The right mixture of salt and pepper on your food, the right balance of taste, right? And you're not going to listen to any sort of music. You need to listen to your favorite music, right? You're not to listen to any random singer's music, right? And there are favorable music, favorable sounds, favorable tastes, favorable, pleasurable contacts, favorable mind formations, right? And Buddha says, yeah, there are. And again Buddha says, Rupa Shabda Rasa Gandha Pasadamma Chakevala Ishtakanta Manapacha Yavachiti Vuchiti. Whenever you get these in agreeable way, the way you want, as much as you want, in the right quantity, with the right flavor, right? Then see, my life going on really well. I enjoy my life. I get whatever I want, all right? And when you when you not having enough of them, like when you're not getting the way you want it, like when you don't have the opportunity to see the nice places, get the nice food, then you say, oh, our life is so miserable. We don't get whatever we want, the way we want it, right? That's how we describe the pleasure and the pain, isn't it? The pleasure is when you get whatever you want in the right amount, right mix, the people you want to engage with. You want to get together with your loved ones, go for a party, right? Go for sightseeing, very beautiful, any sort of holiday, yeah, and enjoy your food. Go for a barbecue during the summertime, yeah, and enjoy with you. Nice food, nice sights, right? And nice odors, nice smells. This is what I am expecting, right? And when we lack of them, and when we can't find enough of them as the way we want, and we think this is suffering, right? So, yampare sukato aho, then the next verse is, yampare sukato aho, tadriya dukkato vidum. Yampare dukkato aho, tadriya sukato vidum. Right? Then the Buddha says, whatever you say is pleasurable, I say it is miserable. Right? Whatever you think is pleasurable, whatever you see things as pleasurable stuff, I say they're miserable. Alright? Whatever you agree on, these are the these are the stuff make me happy, make me pleased. These are the things. But Buddha says, I define them as dukkha. Right? This is a very profound saying. Right? Whatever you guys are saying is nice, fun, enjoyable, I say is the suffering. Right? The vice versa, I say whatever you define is suffering, I say is not suffering, it's a liberation. So that's in the Dvaitanupassana Sutta. You can go through the sutta. It's a very interesting sutta. Because we think, like I said, we define happiness in the way like when we get something really pleasurable, this is how we get happy. This is how we enjoy our life. Right? The Buddha's definition of the dukkha. Right? The Buddha says, Kamato jayati soko kamato jayati bhayam. Kamato vipamuttasya nati soko kuto bhayam. Right? And the Buddha says, the karma begets sorrow. The karma begets lamentation. So cessation from karma, the word karma, right? You can say as a lust or attachment or love, or whichever the form it comes, the word karma brings you dukkha. We think the karma brings you happiness, the love, lust, and attachment gives us happiness. But the Buddha says, no, it's completely opposite. The stay away from the karma, the refrain from the karma gives you happiness. Right? It is very profound. Like throughout our lifetime, we have had this mindset that the pleasure is coming from certain things. The pleasure is coming from our loved ones. And on the Piyajatika Sutta, Buddha explains, no, the happiness is not coming from the loved ones. The sorrow, lamentation, sadness coming from the loved ones. This is one way of putting the meaning for the dukkha. Right? And again the Buddha said, all these pleasurable sights and voices and sounds we think are pleasurable. Buddha says, no, it's not pleasurable as you think. The other things bring you suffering. Right? Thus he says, Kamato jayati soko, kamato jayati bhayam, kamato vipamutta asanati soko kuto bhayam. When you cease the karma, when you get away from the karma, this is where the liberation is. This is where the real happiness is. So I think with that note, that's like a food for thought. Like you can investigate more on this couple of suttas. Probably if we have another time, if we have another opportunity, maybe we can talk a bit more about these discourses. Since we have a limited time, I think there's another talk at 2:00. So do you have any questions so far before we conclude the session? Do you have any questions about these two discourses?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. I was listening to your talk from the beginning while driving here,
Okay.
and so I have listened to everything. I'm quite new to Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
The conversation that the Buddha had about how the people we love and the things we love, in fact, bring dukkha.
Mm-hmm.
Did he make any distinction between, for example, loving our family or loving animals, living beings, which also can bring good deeds, like a lady said in the audience, and the love for example, shopping or sensation things? Did he make any distinction between those two?
That's an interesting question, actually. So this is a very valid question. Like we say, that is why even at the beginning that we said Buddha, I couldn't find any suttas that Buddha asks us to let go of things or stay away from your loved ones. Like I said, most of his devotees are from, they were the queens and kings and statesmen and wealthy people. And the Buddha said, Buddha never asked all these kings and queens, oh, don't just run away from your wealth, run away from your loved ones. Has he ever said? And most of them were even Sotapanna, like somebody like Pasenadi Kosol or Mallika, the Queen Mallika probably, and Anatha Pindika was one of the wealthiest one. He was Sotapanna as well. And Buddha didn't encourage you to run away from your loved ones. You have to, you have some kind of, duty towards your family. You have responsibilities towards you can't run away from your kid. You said, oh, no, I'm not attached to you. Right? You're saying that, I'm not attached to you. So you have responsibilities. Right? You have responsibilities. You have duties to your parents, your kids, your family, your friends. Right? And you have to look after yourself first. You have to go to work, make some money, eat some nice food. Right? It doesn't mean that you just eat any rubbish, isn't it? Right? And even the Buddha had the best ever meals during his lifetime. Nobody will have a meal like Buddha's meal, right? So his devotees were the richest people. Do you think that they offer him like a piece of bread or a bit of rice and Buddha enjoyed the normal food? And in fact, he just fulfilled his responsibilities, right? He had thousands of disciples. Then Buddha has to look after them, right? And not only elder monks in the monasteries, there were some like even his own son, right? And Buddha, do you think that the Buddha said, "Oh Rahula, don't come close to me, stay away from me," right? He didn't say that. The real love is the compassion towards them, right? So you love your own son, and it says in the Ratana Sutta it says, what is it? It's a very nice. Do you remember that verse? Māthāyatā niyam puttā ayusāyaka putta manurakke evam pisabba bhutesu mana sambhavya primana. Isn't it? So you have to look after everybody as this your own son. Right? It's compassionate towards everybody. The universal loving kindness. That's why in the evening we do this Metta Sutta. Right? So we spreading our compassion, our love towards everybody equally. I mean, we fail to do that. It's just we recite, and next time even as soon as we go out from the room, even we're not talking to our neighbor, right? But in the meditation house says, "Oh, may all be free from suffering," right? And do you really practice it? These are just verses. And if you don't practice it, it just become anything, right? It become just a verse. So if you go through these discourses, you'll find the real compassion Buddha said towards the other people. That's why he was wandering in the Ganges, river of Ganges, 45 years, walking from place to place, talking to thousands of people, right? Otherwise, Buddha, he was a king, right? He was a princess. He had plenty of wealth, and he had a beautiful wife, brilliant kid, right? And the compassion towards the mankind, the beings. That's why he renounced his wealth and everything, and went through all this suffering. And Buddha's life hasn't been like it's like not on the bed of roses, isn't it? And he went through loads of problems. I mean, you can understand the environment during that period in India, and all these other Brahmins, the way they treated him, the way they spoke about him, they set up a lot of problems for him, isn't it? I mean, it has been enormous pressure, and been with a lot of difficulties. He went through all this suffering and has been compassionate to the whole not only mankind, the beings on the 31 planes, the whole, we call that satta, sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta, isn't it? So he was looking after, I mean, he was worrying, I mean, he just looked after everybody in the same manner. The compassionate towards, the love towards, the equal love towards everybody. So did I answer? So anything else? Any other questions? You can maybe one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing to ask. It's not even one thing to ask. It's like one thing I've got to say that I've observed throughout my life.
Mm-hmm.
So the Buddhism, you see how we see in Buddhism that we talk about a lot of happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Where did the happiness come from? And then how can we just work our life towards happiness instead of just worrying about, about the downs and lows and all the suffering in life? And one more thing, Hamadurani, some of us are read.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to ask you, is you see the Buddhism that that's been stabilized all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when you preach in English and when you preach in Pali or Sinhala, it's well different. It sounds different. It hears different. And I think in this modern day, that the world that we live in, what we need is a Buddhism in a way that we can heal the planet. Right now, people are they're going all over the place. This country's running that way, the other country's running this way. The only way we can heal this world if we come up with a way to show people how to be happy with Buddhism. I do understand for that we need trees, we need rivers, we need our animals, all of that stuff in Sri Lanka. It's dying out. That's why Buddhism is dying out. That's why we're dying out.
Yeah.
I understand that. But have we got a way to show the world the happy, the good life that we can work towards, and the youth of my generation and youth to come from other generations, what can we do to show them how to be happy, how to be successful, how to overcome the devil? This is my question.
Yeah, it's another good question again. I mean, if you were listening to, if you were listening from the beginning, right? And I told you that one of my friends asked me the sort of question when I ordained, and the happiness we define is that Buddha is defining in a completely different way, right? So we define happiness is by acquiring a lot of things, and the greater that we have these nice pleasurable sight, pleasurable food, pleasurable taste, favorable tactile physical connections, physical contacts, favorable smell, odor, right? That's how we define the happiness. In fact, the Tanupasana Sutta, the Buddha says, no, it's completely opposite, right? Kamato jayati soko, love, lust begets suffering, right? Kamato jayati bhayan, it's give you worrying, right? Kamato vippamuttassa, when you stay away from kamas, right? Nati soko kuto bhayan. There's no fear, there's no worry. So, I mean, we haven't got that much of time now. The next talk, actually, we are quite late now. But keep one thing in mind. The Buddha said something completely opposite to what we think the happiness is. Right? In the Piyadhajika Sutta, again, if you go back to the Piyadhajika Sutta, Buddha says, and even it doesn't matter whether Buddha said or not, we have to, and we got to be in open mind that we shouldn't follow that whatever the Buddha says, and we should go through our experiences and realize that on our experiences, this is what is that really Buddha said, isn't it? So Buddha said, Kamato jayati soko, kamato jayati bhayang, kamato vipubunta sanati soko kuto bhayang. If you stay away from the karma, this is where the happiness is coming from. Alright? So otherwise the people are, if somebody's lack of these food and everything will be they'll be in pain and unhappy, isn't it? So do you think all the poor people are unhappy and suffering all the time? No, they are happy. They have their happy moments as well. Probably they are more happy than the wealthy people, aren't they? I've seen plenty of people have been having, like even the beggars on the streets. They are singing throughout the day. People basking in stations, tube stations are more happy than the people who are working in the stock market, aren't they? So the happiness is not coming from the physical wealth, from your loved ones. It's come within. So I think with that we got to conclude since we are quite late. So we'll go for the next Dhamma talk. So thank you very much for listening and coming to the temple this afternoon. So hope we can see another time and discuss a few more about the suttas. Right. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the next talk is going to be delivered by our head monk, Most Venerable Bhante Silivamala. So please be seated, and he'll be here here he comes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Dear friends in the Dhamma, we are celebrating the Buddha Day, most important religious day in our Buddhist calendar. Entire Buddhist world celebrate this day, the life of the Buddha, his birth and his enlightenment and his life. 45 years of his long ministry after his enlightenment, Buddha shared his wisdom with the world, living in the basin of river Ganges. He conveyed his message to everyone. He gave sermons, talks and discussions with everyone, Brahmins, recluses, ascetics, kings, peasants, women, children, all these people had so many questions asked from the Buddha, and he shared his wisdom. He conveys a message to lead a very decent life to everyone. And his teachings was actually changed the society, influence to the society to change their attitude. For instance, when one is not become a noble one by birth, one become a noble by action. Najacha vasalu hoti, najacha hoti brahmano. No one is born as a Brahman, but by action. All these are very revolutionary teachings in the time of the Buddha. He gave freedom for women as well, and he established the nuns' order as well. This way he changed the Vedic religion, Indian religion. Then the Buddha's teaching spread out of the India during the Ashoka period. And after that, Sri Lanka became the center of Theravada Dhamma. And so many Dharmadutas have had gone to different countries and established sasana in different countries. After, in the second millennia, great Anagarika Dharmapala came from Sri Lanka, established Buddhist Vihara in the UK, and Buddhism has come to this country. From this country to the other countries. This way in the entire world today celebrate as the Buddhist, 500 millions people celebrate the Buddha. Today my topic is Lion's Roar of the Buddha. Very important. Sihanada Sutta. There are 5 Sihanada Suttas, 5 discourses of Lion Roar of the Buddha. All are equally important. Different aspects of Buddha's teaching explained in these 5 discourses. One is in Anguttara Nikaya, 2 are in Majjhima Nikaya, 2 are in Digha Nikaya. So I take one by one for a short reflection upon these discourses and what was the Lion Roar of the Buddha to be understood. So the Anguttara Nikaya, Lion Roar, Sihanada Sutta, explain the supremacy of the lion. You know, lion is the lord in the forest, in the jungle, and he is the king of the beast. And he won't. When we all know, lion is the lord among all the other animals. Explain, there is a definition about lion roar. When lion come out from his den, he stretches out his limbs and survey all directions, and he utter 3 times his roar, lion roar, see another. Then what happened to the other beast? They all are afraid and trembling and frightening all other animals. Those who live in the forest enter to the forest. Those who live in the water jump to the water. Those who live in the hole, they enter to the hole. Those who live in the air like birds, they fly because of the lion roar, because out of fear. Buddha gave the the uniqueness of the Buddhist teaching is explained in this discourse. Uniqueness. What is different in his teaching? You know, in this country there are 9 main religions in this country. There is freedom to practice all the religions, but following non-violent principles, but all are given freedom. 9 religions, including Buddhism. But Buddhism is different. Buddhism is different. In the discourse, Buddha explained the greatness of the Buddha, greatness of his teaching, greatness of his followers. That is the Sehanada Sutta in Anguttara Nikaya. So you can understand what is the greatness of the Buddha. Look at the life of the Buddha, how he became a monk. He dramatically renounced, left his palace, and all his austerities in the forest he practiced, and he discovered the middle path. He didn't attach to any school. He attended different schools for learning meditation, but he didn't attach to them. He himself was very independent person, independent seeker of the truth, and he searching truth and kusala, embark upon his spiritual journey, and they understood these austerities are not conducive to complete cessation of suffering and to eradicate all the defilements are not sufficient. Then he discovered the middle path and he attained enlightenment. Look at that life of the Buddha. Is very, very impressive and important for all of us. And his teaching, before passing away, Buddha asked, do you have any doubts about my teaching? Nowhere in a religion, nowhere in the history of religion, the Master gives such a freedom to followers. He asked, do you have any doubts about my teaching? Amazing, isn't it? So the other teachers sometimes, they don't reveal all the teachings. They were not allowed to question from the Master. The Buddha asked, if you don't want to direct to ask any question from me before I pass away, you can ask by a friend. You ask the question from your friend and ask him to question me. Everybody was silent. This is the way Buddha revealed his teachings. This is not a revelation. You know revelation. Revelation means all the religious masters, they have heard the sacred, holy utterances from other external agency, external, all-powerful, almighty God. But Buddha said, I myself discover all these things and you are as human beings, follow, then you also can attain experience. So therefore these are the human discoveries. You know, when the Buddha gave first sermon, all devas uttered, say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. All devas from devas and devas. 16 deva realms, the echo of the sadhu, utterance of sadhu extended. So therefore, it is the echo from the human realm to the heaven, from the earth to the heaven. But in other way around, from heaven to the earth. This is different, isn't it? Buddhism is different. Buddhism, the echo from the earth, when Buddha gave the first sermon, listened by devas, deities, and all the gods and maras. But not in every religion like that. Revelation is not their own discovery. So this is different. Buddhism is different. So therefore, and the teaching also same. This and followers, they follow and they experience and they have confidence, saddha. And no one asks to follow, everyone is given freedom. So the greatness of the Buddha was explained in the Sihanada Sutta in the Anguttara Nikaya. So the second discourse of Sihanada Sutta, second Sihanada Sutta, is in the Majjhima Nikaya, two Sihanadas in Majjhima Nikaya. One Sihanada Sutta in Majjhima Nikaya gave, Buddha was living in the Jetavana monastery. There was some person called Sunakata. Sunakata had been a monk under the Buddha. But he asked from the Buddha to perform the miracles. He liked miracles. Then he asked from the Buddha to perform the miracles. Buddha said, it is not in my religion. I'm not going to perform the miracles. Miracles are different. They are magics. In my religion, the main purpose is to liberate our mind from the suffering. The cause of this suffering are defilements. So I teach you two things, Buddha said, I teach you suffering and cessation of suffering. Buddha said, I teach you suffering and cessation of suffering. Not only the suffering, but the path lead to cessation of suffering. I teach only these two. So the cause of this suffering are a lot of defilements, corruptions. So eradicate these corruptions and follow the practice at nirvana and liberation. This is the way I teach. I don't recommend you to perform any miracles in my religion, Buddha said. He gave an analogy like someone naked showing everything of the body like that. Miracles are not in my religion. Buddha said no. Then Sunakata said, I don't stay under your control or in your sasana, in your community, I leave. Dispensation, I leave. Sunakata went back to the society and he blamed to the Buddha. When Sariputta went on his Pindapata around, people were talking and he learned the Buddha was blamed. Then he in the Dhammsabha Mandapa in the society, in the monastery, there was a meeting every evening. Monks gathered there and they discussed the Dhamma, Buddha's teaching, and they asked the Dhamma. Buddha was sitting like this in the middle of the community gathering, and both sides, Sariputta and Moggallana, sat down, and the Dhammsabha Mandapa, they asked the questions, and what they have seen, what they have heard, And what do you think? All these things asked from the Buddha. So, Sariputta in the middle, he said in the congregation, I heard this blame to the Buddha made by Sunakata. Then the Buddha gave a sermon called again Siyananda Sutta. These Siyananda Suttas given if one challenge to the Buddha, if one challenge to the Dharma, if one challenge to the practice, then Buddha gave special deliverance. Buddha gave a special sermon as answer for the challenge or to respond these challenges. Therefore, these are called Siyanada. So the second discourse gave due to the blame of the Sunakata. In that discourse, Majjhima Nikaya Mahasiyanada Sutta, Buddha explained 10 powers of the Buddha. What we call Dasabala, you may have heard Dasabala. 10 spiritual powers, the Buddha, he asked, no one can challenge me. These 10 spiritual powers that Buddha had. All these spiritual powers are there. He knows the results of action undertaken in the past, the future, and the present. So the karma and results is a very important teaching in Buddhism. Buddha knew how karma affect to our present life and how karma govern our samsaric journey, and karma create results. And this way the life is not completely independent. There's some karmic forces which we have done in our previous lives influence to the present life, and this is the way the karma and results. Karma, and I hope you all know karma, action and results. This is Buddha, one of the great knowledge Buddha had. So the Buddha said like that. And also he knows the ways lead into all realms. If you know that realms, there are 31 realms in Buddha's teaching. 31 including human realm, and there are purgatories or hells, four apayas. One is animal realm and spirit realms, etc. There are purgatories, miserable places. One among those is animal realm. It is also comparing human realm. It is not like human realm, but it is also one of the purgatories, the spirits, etc. How one can go to heaven, how can one go to hell? It explained the Buddha. So it is up to us. Responsibility, we have to take the responsibility. So Buddha didn't force us to follow my teaching to go to heaven. Buddha didn't say, if you like, you can follow. If you don't like, it's up to you. The results are there. This is the way Buddha said. The results are there. Whatever you do, you do. But I teach you results. These are the results of. And realms, different realms. There are realms, Brahma realms, and there are realms, formless realms. No body is there, only the mind. Formless realms, 4 formless realms are there. And Devaloka, heavenly realms, 16 heavenly realms, and human realm. All these realms, why we have been born as a human being, is not like by chance, not like that. It is a result of our good karma in our previous lives. Why these people are different to each other? There is no any similar. There are similarities, but each one is different to the other. So these are the in Buddhism explained according to our karmic results. And also in this very life, as you know, Buddhism teaches us a succession of life. This is the opportunity for all of us to purify our mind and to enhance our spirituality and develop our mind, and we can reach towards, we can approach a good way to nirvana. If we cannot attain nirvana in this life, is another life is given to us. This is succession of life. Birth is followed by death and followed by birth, and this way sansaric journey. So therefore, there is no particular place that we have to go according to our results of this life. So therefore, the Buddha told different realms are there. Again, the people or the being who born in one realm can be returned to the other realm after the death. This way, the realms and the spirits are there, a lot of spirits. So this is all clear for us. We are learning Buddhism. And also he knows the world with its many and different elements, such as one's one body and the elements and of the five aggregates. So the Buddha knows exactly our mind and body. Buddha, wonderful explanation about our mind in Abhidhamma, 89 consciousness and 52 Cetasikas, and 28 troopers and Nibbana in Abhidhamma. Buddha explained five aggregates there: form, feeling, perception, mental formation and consciousness. How wonderfully explained and divide into five ways. This way there is no any mystery in Buddhism regarding the human life. Buddha divided into five groups and well explained these five aggregates. He knows different temperaments, different temperaments. We have, although we are equal to each other, but we have different temperaments. Some are raga charita, lustful characters. Some are hateful characters, dosha charita. Some are deluded characters, temperaments, and so on and so forth. Some are very devoted, faithful. Some are very faithful. Some are very intelligent, some are very dull, vitaka, mixture of all temperaments. This way, different temperaments. Buddha had knowledge to perceive their thoughts. Buddha was able to reading the other people's thought and their temperaments. According to their temperaments, Buddha gave sermons. Sometimes when they are interested to attain nirvana, Buddha gave good advice to them, reading their mind and also understanding their temperaments. For instance, Chulapantaka, easy example. His master was his brother. His elder brother became a monk, and little brother also became a monk. Then little monk practiced the Buddha's teaching under his elder brother. But 3 months he was unable to read a single stanza to memorize. Then his brother said, "You go home. You can't practice Buddhism. It's a very hard subject. Go home." While he was going, Buddha had seen Chulapantaka, little Pantaka was coming. And Buddha said, "Where are you going, little Pantaka?" "Going home, Lord." "Why?" Brother said, "Me, it's hard for me, and leave the monastery. I am going home now." Chulapantaka had not his parents. All his parents died. Then Buddha said, out of compassion, "You come back." And Buddha gave very good use another teaching method. I give a piece of cloth, Chulapantaka. You take this cloth and you stroke this beautiful pure cloth while meditating. And he was able to do so. Then Chulapantaka realized, when Buddha gave it to me, it was a very pure, very bright cloth. Now it is very dirty. And Buddha connected his mind to his previous life. He had a previous life. He had developed a repulsiveness of the body in one of his previous lives. He understood. He connected his mind to his previous life. In his previous life, he had developed the repulsiveness of the body. Then Buddha connected his mind to his previous life. This is the Buddha. You see, he is a great teacher. He's a great teacher. Not in this life, but you also looking at the previous life as well. He gave instructions. So this is the way Buddha. So this way, temperament, different temperament. We all are same, but there are nearly 30, 50 people. We all are same, but different temperaments. Okay, and he knows the defilements, cleansing, and emergence in regard to the jhanas, liberation, concentration, and ending. In Buddhist practice of meditation, we attain jhana. When mind is connected with breathing process, for instance, we practice mindfulness of breathing, then we can develop our mind to jhanic state. It is not very, people say jhana is very, very difficult thing, very difficult thing. We are not human beings, we can't attain. No, it's not like that, not very difficult. I mean, according to the jhana factors, it's not difficult. First jhana factor is connected your mind to the object which was given to you to practice meditation. So usually we know breathing is one of the objects. Connect your mind on the process of breathing. So this is the way. Like a thread connected to the needle, like that. Connect your mind and establish concentration there. Then investigate the object of meditation. So we observe the object. Object means here, for instance, breathing. We know that in breath, out breath, short in breath, short out breath. We will easily recognize. So now we are going in the process of meditation. Then the mind become free from other external disturbances. like sensual desire or ill will or defilements, gradually we drop up, and mind is going in the process of meditation. Then piti is rapture arise in the mind because free from other connections. Mind enjoy the object of meditation. Then gradually mind one-pointedness of the mind. One-pointedness means mind is free from all nivaranas. All nivaranas, sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worries. Mind is free from all these hindrances. Then wholesome one-pointedness. Wholesome means mind is free from greed, hatred and delusion and other branch defilements. Then this is a normal way we experience wholesome thing. So this is the way the jhana explained in Buddhism, form jhanas and formless jhanas. Some jhanas explain nothingness. There is no any form, no any rupa there. So it is formless jhana, a limitless consciousness. There is no forms, neither perception, non-perception, neva sanya, na sanyayatana. All these things explained by the Buddha. So is also meditators, those who are fully committed, those who are fully committed and attain jhanic absorption levels in meditation. Buddha guided them, different type of meditation. There are 40 objects in meditation, one by one, different temperaments, according to temperament. If the person is lustful, Buddha gave a meditation, repassiveness of the body, meditate. Because that temperament is a trend for the sensual things, desires, kamachanda, then it should be reduced, that kind of feelings. So in order to give the repassiveness of the body, or 32 parts of the body taking hair, nail, all these things taking. This is the way, isn't it? So these are different methods of the Buddha. Buddha as a great master. Anuttaro is a remarkable teacher. So concentration. And recollect his manifold past lives. Buddha had Pubbhe Nivasa Anusati Jnana. When he attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he developed this knowledge, Pubbhe Nivasa Anusati Jnana. He recollected in the previous lives, series of previous lives, he recollected. So Buddha had that knowledge, and Buddha was fully enlightened. The Buddha said in the Dhammacakka Sutta, I didn't claim, and in the world Maras, Brahmas, Devas and old men didn't say that I was the Buddha until I realized the Four Noble Truths in 3 dimensions and 12 aspects. Triparivartaka, Dwadasakara, Samma Sambuddha. Four Noble Truths, you know that. Suffering, cause of the suffering, cessation and path. This is the Four Noble Truths. This truth actually revealed by the Buddha gave 2,500 years ago in India. But today, you see, we are in the West. We think in the West, and the time gap is more than 2 millennium. still suffering is there. No one can challenge. There is no suffering in the world. It is a fact. In different ways there is suffering. So the cessation of suffering is actually spiritual attainment. So therefore, he was fully enlightened. Then Buddha said, whenever I realize the Four Noble Truths in 3 dimensions and 12 aspects, the world, the Brahmas, Devas, Maras, said, Gautama is now Buddha. Gautama is now Buddha. Until that, I didn't claim, and no one said, now I can claim the Buddhahood. So this is the way Buddha had established his supremacy in the religion, in the spiritual realm, spiritual world. So in that discourse, Mahasenada Sutta, due to the blame of Sunakata, Buddha gave that. And Buddha had Chaturvaishara there, special attainment of 4 kinds of self-confidence. Buddha had this Chaturvaishara there. The Buddha was fully enlightened and seeing no ground for that to say he is not the Buddha. There is no any ground to say he is not the Buddha. This is very, very important. And also, no one can say the Buddha had not eradicated defilements, taints. No one can challenge that. And these are the things that Buddha said no one can challenge for me. And also, no one can say the Buddha's teaching leads to cessation of suffering. Following the Noble Eightfold Path, temporarily one can overcome suffering, and for a long time one can overcome suffering, and completely one can eradicate, utterly, one can eradicate defilements, and one can have peace in mind. So it is eternal peace, Nibbanic peace. All these things actually, the Buddha had these qualities. He was qualified. He deserved to say that Buddha. So these 4 confidences had. In that discourse, the third one is shorter discourse of the lion roar, Chula Siyanada Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya, third one. It is a lesser discourse, small one discourse. Buddha explained all these things. There were Jetavana monastery, while Buddha was in the Jetavana monastery, Buddha gave this discourse, explained all these views during the Buddha's time. In the Brahmajala Sutta, there were 62 different views are explained in the Brahmajala Sutta. Look at these taking one by one. Buddha explained all these views are different to my teachings. And there were 6 leading teachers, what we call Shastru, 6 religious teachers during the Buddha's time. Jain leader Mahavira was there during the Buddha's time. And Ajita Kesa Kambala, etc. All these teachers were there. And there is another discourse, Samanya Pala, the results of being a monk, or the results of the monk's life, explained in the Samanya Pala Sutta. Samanya means monks, Pala means results of the monk's life. In that discourse, Buddha explained all these different six six philosophies in other six teachers. All these they studied. Then mainly there were two main views during the Buddha's time, what we call Uchchedavada, annihilationism. Annihilationism, Uchchedavada. Uchchedavada denies a life after the death. This is the only life, no any lives after the death. And this is the only. Therefore, no need to practice any religion. Don't waste your time. You enjoy your life, and this is the teaching of Uchchedavada, because there is no life after the death. Annihilationism. This is different to Buddha's teaching. And another religion is Sasvatavada. Sasvatavada is eternalism. Eternalism means all we must have to go all the lives. No one can stop. We have to follow. We have to go through all these lives. For instance, we have to go 100. No one can stop. After 50, no one can. There is no chance to stop that process. All we have to go. Eternalism. So the Buddha said, no. No need to go through all these lives. Atmavada. One can stop the process through the effort, through your own effort. So in order to, Buddha said, according to Buddhist teaching, Noble Eightfold Path, if one follows, then you can attain nirvana. Therefore, one can stop this journey, samsaric journey. But in eternalism, they must go through all this this journey. This is different again to the Buddha's teaching. Look at that. Buddhism is different to other religions, and the Atma is in all religions they teach Atmavada, soul or self idea. So there is a permanent entity in us in all religions. That entity comes from the God. Sometimes they teach, and sometimes they teach after the death the soul join with the divinity in other religions. So some religions say, but we don't criticize any of these religions. It's up to them. In Buddhism, we say anatta, non-self idea. Only in Buddhism, non-self is only in Buddhism, anatta. There is no any permanent spirit entity in us. All are interdependent, all are interrelated. Therefore, this anatta means ever-changing process. We all have ever-changing processes. Then Heraclitus said that man can't step twice to the same river because the river is changed. In Buddhism, we can say the same person cannot step twice because the man also changed. We also subject to change. This is the way. So therefore, mind is conditioned, and also all the component things of the body are divided into 5 groups, and there is no any permanent things in this existence. So we realize anatta. So this is different to Buddhism. Even in Jainism, Jainism is very much similar to Buddhism. In Karmavada, in Jainism, and good karma and bad karma also teach in Jainism. But in Jainism there is Atmavada. In Buddhism is again different. Again, annihilation and also eternalism rejected in Buddhism. And also there was the third discourse of fourth discourse, Lion Rover, explain 5 main points considering the disputes of all the different views, opinions. So in the same Chula is shorter discourse on Lion Rover, Buddha explain like this. Every religion has recluses. In Buddhism we say bhikkhu, a monk. In Christianity they say vicar or father. In Muni, in other religions. So this way, different recluses are there. In Buddhism also, there are recluses. Every religion has confidence in the teacher and his teaching. This is right. In Buddhism, we have saddha, confidence about the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. In other religions, they also have their confidence regarding their gods and their teacher and teachings as well. This is true. So every religion has only one goal. That means in Buddhism we attain nirvana, in Jainism they kaivalya, in other religions different goals. Buddhism also there is a goal. All other religions teach either eternalism or annihilationism. On this point Buddha's teaching is different. I have sort of explained that. It's also coming in there. And the 5th point is very important. That is different Buddhism. Buddha said, there are 4 kinds of clinging, attachment, clingings. They are sense pleasures. Kamopadana. Kamopadana means clinging to the sensual things. Attachment, sense pleasures, and views, attachment to the views, ditupadana. Upadana means clinging, upadana. In Buddhism, so that is another view. There are different views in the world, so they have attachment to these views, attachment. And rites and rituals, we have attachment to the rite and silabbata upadana, rites, rituals and things. But Buddhism also have rituals, but in ultimate sense they are not very important to liberate our mind from the suffering. Even the attachment to the rites and rituals also make us suffering, unhappy. So therefore these also Buddha said it is not very important, rites and rituals are not very important for in ultimate sense. And clinging to the doctrine of self, atupadana, and clinging to the soul, clinging to the self. In that regards, Buddha said, look, in my teaching means Buddhism is different. There is no soul or no permanent self or attachment to the self or soul. So this is the way the Buddha explained. Buddhism is different to other religions. Buddha didn't want to to discriminate others. Buddha didn't want. But the Buddha said this is the difference of Buddhist teachings. And another, in the Nikaya, there is the Lion Roar teachings. See another. That's another said for there was a wanderer. Wanderers, there are wanderers. They teach a religion. They are called Ajivakas, wanderers. His name was Achela Kasapa. Achela Kasapa, only 5 minutes I have. Achela Kasapa asked Buddha, why did you refuse self-mortification? You know, Buddha practiced self-mortification during his ascetic life in the forest. It's very hard life in different Mahapadana Sutta. He explained how did he practice this austere practices, very severe austere practices. You know, sometimes Buddha's body became like a skeleton. It's like a skeleton. One of the statue which depicted, explained the Buddha's austerities is in Pakistan in the museum. It is well-known statue of the Buddha's Duskara Kriya. How did he practice? So Buddha practiced that. But Buddha said, in the Dhammacakka Sutta, he said, Dukkho anariyo anatta sannito. It is very painful. It is very painful and not beneficial. Not beneficial. So Buddha said, no need to practice self-mortification. So many ways, they burned their body and different very austere practices living in the forest. Even in the rainy time, they spend in the forest. This way, very hard austerities Buddha practice. Then Buddha said, I realize it is not conducive to liberate your mind from the suffering in various ways. So the Buddha gave this discourse. Finally, Buddha said, I teach you middle path, and I recommend you to practice meditation on vipassana. Then you can overcome your suffering. So in Buddhism, what is the cause of this suffering? There are two types of births. Be born from the mother. Be born from the mother. That is one birth. We all were born. And there is another birth. That birth is, we have three types of attachment. This I am, this is myself, this is me. Esoham, this I am. And this is mine, mama. And this way, personality feelings, there is person, and there is attachment, hooks, three hooks connected in our mind. And we develop another world within us. We develop at the age of 2, children can recognize their parents. At the age of 4, 5, they recognize their brothers and sisters. And this way, they develop another world within the mind. That is the cause of suffering in Buddhism. So the main fact of this suffering is the feeling of I, my, mine. So therefore, Buddha said, Asmi manasya vinayo etam paramansukam. Killing your own self, that is the ultimate happiness. You kill yourself. That means you have to overcome the feeling of I, my, mine. So there is no suffering. That is the liberation. That is liberation. That is the second birth, the world within us. The Buddha said, Imasmin yeva bhyamate kalibare, this Vedam long body, I declare the world. This world we develop. And we have to destroy, dismantle the world which we have created. Then liberation is there. Asmi manasya vinayo, if one overcome this feeling of self, feeling of I, my mind, no suffering there. How many deaths happen per day? We are not suffering about that. If one die in our family, we have feeling sad, we are worried. And this is the way. So therefore, when we have this feeling of I, my mind, then suffering is there. So when one kill self within the mind, one can overcome. There is emptiness in Buddhism. Emptiness means sunyatava. Buddha said, sunyato lokang avekkansu. Look at that emptiness in your mind. That is the liberation. Buddhism is different. These are the line draw of Buddhism. Thank you very much. May you all attain supreme bliss of Nibbana.
Chakkavarang Kitaratta Supado Lakhana Mandita Ayata Pani Chamar Chantha Vibhusita Pado Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Sakke kumar varo sukhumalo Lakhana vithat punna sariro Lokahitaye gato narviro Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Punna sasankhani bhomukha vanno Devanarana piyo naranago Matta gajinda vilasita gami Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Khattiya sambhavayanga kulino Deva manusa pamasita pado Sila samadhi patithita citto Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Ayatayutta susantita naso Gopamukho avinila sunetto Indadhanu avinila bhamuko Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Bhatta sumatta susantita givo Sihahalo nigaraja sariro Kanchana succha viyuttham vanno Isa hi tui hai pita narasiho Sinit सुगम्भीरा मञ्जु सुघोषो हिन्दुलबन्धो सुरन्त सुजीप हो विसति विसति सेत सुदन्तो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो अंजनवन्न सुनील सुकेशो कंचन पट्ट विशुद्धलालाटो ओषधि पंडुरशुद्ध सुन्नो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो गच्छति नीलपथे वियच्चन्दो तारगणा परिविण्ठितरूपो सावकमञ्जे गतो समुनिन्दो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो।
Today program is different to the other day programs, because first time we opened the Vihara for devotees, to allowing them to attend to the Buddha Day ceremony. So we did not know how many people would be here. So therefore we plan to organize 2 sessions, afternoon. One session from 2 to 3:30, means 2 to 4. And the second session will start from 4 to 6. The first session, the sermon, a sermon, and after that a sermon followed chanting. We do chanting because to give blessings. Many people like to get blessings on the Buddha's day. So therefore, nearly 2.5 years, due to COVID, we were locked down and temple was closed. People wanted to come, but there were restrictions. Today we have lifted all these restrictions. From today onward, we plan to allowing to everyone to visit the Vihara. So we do chanting to give blessings to you. Under pressure you all were during the period of pandemic. So we would like to give blessings. Some of our friends sadly passed away. We missed them due to COVID, very sad, and we did prayers and chanting for them. You are so lucky to have our long life, to do so many things in our life. So therefore we would like to give blessings to everyone, do this chanting with firm confidence of the Buddha's chanting, wishing you good health, happiness, long life and protection from all the troubles and dangers of this current situation. May no harm come to you, may no difficulties come to you, may no problems come to you. Wish you good health, long life, and wish you all the success. Samidinatama Ashirwad Karnava, මේ පිරිදේශනා මහා සංඝරත්නයේ සිද්ධ කරනවා බන්දුලාඳුරු අපේ උපනන්දනායක ආඳුරු අසුකිත මුද්දත හාමුදුරු සියලු දෙනාම එකතු වෙලා මේ පිරිදේශනාව පවත්වලා ඔබ සැමට ආශිර්වාද කරනවා සියලු දෙනාම පන්සිල් ගන්න පුළුවන් නමස්කාරය කියන්න පුළුවන් Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami, Adinadana Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami, Kame Sumichachara Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami, Musavada Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami, Suramiraya Majjapamadatana Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjācarana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sārati sattā deva manusārang buddho bhagavati svakato bhagavata dhammo sanditiko akaliko ehi passiko mopanayiko paccatam veditabbo inyo iti supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho ujupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho ñāya patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho sāmīci patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho yadidang cattari purisa yugani atta purisa puggala esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho āhuneyo pāhuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang puññākirtaṃ lokasāti etena sacca vajjena pātu tvaṃ ratanattayaṃ etena sacca vajjena pātu tvaṃ ratanattayaṃ etena sacca vajjena pātu පාතු ත්වං රතනත්‍රයං යමත්ත කුසලේන යම්තං සම්තං පදං අபிසමෙච්ච සක්කෝ උජුච සුජුච සුවචෝ චස්ස මුදු අනතිමානි සම්පස්ස කෝච සුපරෝච අපකිච්චෝ ච සල්ලුකවති සම්තේන්ද්‍රියෝ ච නිපකෝච අපගබ්බෝ කුලේසු අනනුගිද්දෝ නච කුද්දං සමාචරේ කිංචියේන විඤ්ඤෝ පරේ උපවදෙය්‍යං සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝන්තු රබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා ඒකේචිපාන භූතති දසවාතාවරාවා අනවසේසා දීගාවායේ මහන්තාවා මජ්ජිමාරස්සකානුකතුලා දිට්ඨාවා ඒව අදිට්ඨායේ ච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතාවා සම්භවේ සීවා සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා නපරෝ පරං නිකොබ්බේත නාති මඤ්ඤේත ගත චිනං කංචි ව්‍යාරෝසනා පටිග සංඥානාඤ්ඤ මඤ්ඤස්ස දුක්ඛ විච්ඡේය මාතායතානියං පුත්තං ආයුසා ඒක පුත්ත මනුරක්ඛේ එවම්පි සබ්බ භූතේසු මාන සම්භාවයේ අපරිමාණං මෙත්තං ච සබ්බ ලෝකස්මින් මාන සම්භාවයේ අපරිමාණං උද්ධං අදෝච තිරියං ච අසංවාදං අවේරං අසපත්තං පෙත්තං චරං නිසින්නෝ වා සයානෝ වා යාවතස්ස විගත මිද්දෝ ඒතං සතින් අදිට්ඨේය රක්මමේතං විහාරං ඉදමාවෝ දිට්ඨෙන් ච අනුපගම්ම සීලවා දස්සනේන සම්පන්නෝ කාමේසු විනය්‍යගේ තං නහි ජාතු ගබ්බසෙයං පුනරේති තේන සච්ච වච්චේන සබ්බ දුක්ඛං විනස්සතු ඒතේන සච්ච වච්චේන සබ්බ භයෝ විනස්සතු ඒතේන සච්ච වච්චේන සබ්බ රෝගෝ විනස්සතු සබ්බියෝ විවජ්ජන්තු සබ්බ රෝගෝ විනස්සතු මාතේ භවත්වන්තරායෝ සුඛී දීඝායුකෝ භව භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ බුද්ධානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ ධම්මානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ සංඝානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ.
So we terminate the first session now. We do If you like, we can give Pirit Nool to everyone. And a young group of Dayakars have prepared some refreshments. They are very enthusiastic young group. Please would you accept their refreshment, and if you like to have it here or take home at least. Thank you very much. Sividanaatma Trividaratniya Asirvadi Lebhiwa කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. නූල්ගේ නම
चक्रवडङ्कितरत्नसुपादो लङ्घनमण्डित आयतपाणि चामरछत्र विभूषित पादो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो सक्के कुमार वारो सुखुमालो लंघन विथत पुण्य शरीरो लोकहिताय गातो नारवीरो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो पुण्य सशंख निभो मुख वन्नो देव नारायण पियो नारनागो मत्त गजिंद विलासित गामी ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो खत्तिय संभव अंग कुलीनो देव मनुष्य पमसित पादो शील समाधि प्रतिष्ठित चित्तो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो आयतयुक्त सुसंठित नासो गोपमुखो अभिनील सुनेतो इंद्रधनु अभिनील भामुको ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो भट्ट सुमट्ठ सुसंठित गीवो सिंहलो निगराज शरीरो कंचन सुच्छ वियुत्थम वन्नो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो सीनित सुगंभीरा मंजु सुघोषो हिंदुलबंधु सुरत सुजीप हो विसति विसति सेत सुदंतो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो अंजन वन्न सुनील सुकेशो कंचन पट्ट विशुद्धलालाटो ओषधि पंडुरशुद्धसु उन्नो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो गच्छति नीलपाथे वियचन्दो तारगणा पारिविण्ठितरूपो सावकमञ्जे गातो सामुनिन्दो ईसहितुः
Palangam. The topic for discussion is how our lives are linked to the Paticcasamuppada. So it's very important, very major teaching, philosophically very important topic in Buddhism. Paticcasamuppada is very special in Buddha's teaching. We say interdependent or dependent origination. So for this discussion, Most Venerable Upananda Nayaka Thero take the actually part of this discussion. It's very deep philosophical subject. Even Nagarjuna, great philosopher, said is very hard to him as well. He was the greatest philosopher in Mahayana teachings. In his Madhyamika philosophy, start with Paticcasamuppada. He says this is very hard for him. This is very deep philosophical teaching in Buddhism. Buddha wanted to explain the continuity of our life from this life to the next life until we attain nirvana. So this continuity depends from our previous life and to this life, and from this life to the next life. All our karmic actions influence for the continuity. So therefore, Paticcasamuppada is connected with our life, and also it is connected with the samsara. And everything is interdependent and interrelated. Entire world is interrelated and interdependent. If one understands the Paticcasamuppada, is actually is very easy for understanding the Dhamma. Buddha said, "Your Paticcasamuppada." Whosoever knows the Paticcasamuppada, he knows me. Who knows me, he knows the Paticcasamuppada. So I open this discussion with Most Venerable Nayaka Thero. With this beginning remarks, we would like to
wish you a happy Vesak again. Let me just add a few more words to Nayaka Hamduru's opening remarks. And he mentioned one key word, interdependent origination and continuity. So the continuity can be better understood with another word that is called relativity. Everything is relative to everything else. Now, as Nayaka Hamduru mentioned, Paticcasamuppada, or the interdependent origination, is one of the fundamental teachings of the Buddha. So nowadays, toward the end of the 18th century, even Western scientists started using the idea of the Buddha's teaching of Paticcasamuppada. In science, you call it the theory of causality or theory of relativity. Albert Einstein, who was born Jewish, and later on he would incline towards very much towards Buddhism. During the last few years of his life, he talked about interdependent origination at length. Well, in science, interdependent origination is used to describe the natural world, the physical universe, whereas Buddha's Paticcasamuppada, or the interdependent origination, specifically for our consciousness. So the purpose of Buddha appearing in the world is not to help us explore to do the space travel, explore the universe, but to see the not to explore the, macrocosmic universe, but the microcosmic. That means our inner world. That's the purpose of the Buddha. So, as opposed to Albert Einstein teaching physical Paticcasamuppada, and Buddha teaches the spiritual Paticcasamuppada. But if there's a religious teaching that stands closest, that stands with the closest proximity with science, and that is this interdependent origination. As Naik Hamdro said in his opening remarks, when this is, that is. So you come up with this Pali formula, imas being sati, when this is, idam hoti, that is. Imasa uppada, when this arises, imasa uppajjati, that arises too. Imas being asati, when there is, when this is not, idam nahoti, that is not. Imasa nirodha, when this ceases, idam nirujjati, that ceases too. Now that is the formula that we use. You can fit in anything, existence, the birth, existence, and the end of death of anything within this Paticcasamuppada formula. That's all I could say to add to Naik Hamdro's opening remarks. Now, Paticcasamuppada consists of 12 links. Avijja paccaya sankhara. Based on ignorance, depending on ignorance, sankhara. So the mental coefficients, or at certain point you can also call karmic energy arises. Sankhara paccaya vijnana. Because of karma, consciousness takes place. Vijnana paccaya nama rupam. Because of the consciousness that creates the birth in the mother's womb, nama rupa, the body and name and form arise. Name here means the psychological aspect of our being, our personhood, selfhood, and rupa means the physical, the corporeal aspect of our selfhood. So it is because of the bhavanga or vijnana that pushes itself into an embryo in the mother's womb. So thereby a fetus, an embryo is created. So the vijnana or the consciousness that arises as a foreign object that belongs to a person who is dead gets harmonizes itself with the physical embryo. Now the physical embryo that is called yuktanu in Sanskrit. So as you know, according to Mahanidana Sutra and a lot of sutras, Buddha explains that how true gametes or jivanus come together to create the physical embryo. And then the physical embryo cannot grow unless the embryo can still grow, but it would grow into a miscarriage unless a consciousness or bhavanga vijnana enters the embryo so as for the embryo to continue the rest of the fetal stages. And that's called namarup vijnana paccaya namarupam and namarup paccaya salayatanam. Because of depending on namarupa, name and form, or the corporeal and the psychological aspect of being, selfhood arises. So the six sense faculties. That's basically, and you are very well read in the science regarding the fetal stages. Right? So, and needless to explain that anymore, because we need to go through these 12 links at once. Right? So that's maybe I may pause at a time, because sometimes I need to get the correct English translation, the corresponding English translation for the Pali term, so that I should be able to not distort what the actual terms mean. Now then, salayatana paccaya passo. Now later on, when it comes to the daily application, or the topic is how our lives are linked to the Paticcasamuppada. So of these 12 links, the actual relevance of Paticcasamuppada to our existence, our life, start with Salayatana. Salayatana, by the time the fetus, according to Kalala Sutra means the feet, we call the fetus sutra. There's a beautiful little sutra in the Buddhist canon, Buddhist canon called Fetus Sutra, Kalala Sutra. According to Kalala Sutra, Patamang Kalalang Hodi. What first comes into being is Kalala, the embryo. Kalalang Hodi Abudang. Abuda means you can see the demarcation of muscles appearing. Abuda Jayati Pesi, and there are different muscles governing different limbs, like heart muscle, all that start appearing. Abuda Jayapesi Nibbattati Gano, and these muscles begin to solidify. And then Pesa Nibbattati Gano Pasaka Vaddanti. Then branching out of limbs start. It's called Pasaka. Saka means link, branch. Pasaka means branching out. Then Kesa Loma Nakapicha. Finally, there will be hair, nails, etc. So that's and then and Buddha explains in elsewhere how the fetus embryo goes through different fetal stages, and then so as the being become biologically complete, and then so that as long as we are in the mother's womb, we would get biologically and psychologically fed by the mother. And the mother would feed us with her own thoughts, and she would feed us with her own nutriments. And so that's why, to say something extra, in Buddhist societies like in Sri Lanka, because I'm mentioning that it's directly linked to our daily life. Now, there's one practice in place, like in predominantly Buddhist society like Sri Lanka, Gabba Parihara, pregnancy protection. When a woman becomes pregnant, her husband or anyone else, any member of the house, is not supposed to say negative things in her presence. Sometimes the husband would torture, sometimes she get abused for due to reasons, because as a Buddhist counselor, I know that. I know thousands of stories, women getting abused by their parents during their pregnancy. Why? Because when the expectant mother is abused, her negative thoughts would go into the child's brain. It would become part of child's behavior. It can negatively affect. It can have, the unborn child could still have a neurotic effect. And then physical. So that's when Salayatana. Salayatana means 6 sense organs. So Vijnana Pacha, Nama Rupa Pacha Salayatana. Based on name and form, or the psychological and corporeal aspect of being, arise the 6 sense organs. Now from this moment on, we are already in the world, we are seeing the world, we are starting to experience the world as infants, newborns. Now, from that moment on, so that's the link from Salayatana, or the 6 sense faculties onwards, and the rest of the links would help us understand how far we depend, how far we are part of the Paticcasamuppada. Actually, if I say, it is philosophically incorrect to say that Paticcasamuppada is relevant to us. Actually, we are the example of Paticcasamuppada, because it's all about, all the links are about ourselves, about our being, about our psychology, our mind, our body. So Salayatana Pacha Passa, because of the sense organs, based on sense organs arises touch, sense impression. because there are 6 senses, and the six sense faculties get impressed by sense objects. So images for the eye, smell for the nose, taste for the palate, sounds for the ears, and touch, anything pleasant or unpleasant, tangible things to the skin. And when all those the first 5 sense faculties have gone through sense impression, acquired some data, that's called sense objects, and so we get them into our mind, and we collect them, and they become data. Sense impression leads to the collection of data, just like you do data collection for your research, right? Remember your research work. Then what happens when we are not using our first 5 sense faculties? Then what happens? Like in English and Sinhalese, okay, you become psycho, right? Meaning you engulf in your own thoughts, deep. Even if your mother, I remember that when I was a child, sometimes I was so thoughtful that my mother had asked me like 10 over times to come and have my lunch or dinner. I didn't hear. Why? I was so disconnected from the sensory world because my 6th sense is in full function. So that's how the 6th sense faculty works. It goes through it filters, it goes through the data that the mind has already collected through the first 5 sense faculties. So that's because of touch. Salayatana paccaya phasso. Based on the 6 sense faculties arises touch or sense impression. Our senses cannot exist without impression. Otherwise, it's normal. So that is why when your senses don't get the required impressions, it can even lead to suicide. Right? We also use Paticcasamuppada, that link when we talk about the Buddhist psychology of suicide. So we're glad that there are psychologists also here, right? You can ask them later on, right? Because my knowledge in Western psychology is very, very little. I haven't, out of enthusiasm, I read science and neuropsychology. So there are experts in here. So I only have touch on that because this is something relevant. So phassa paccaya, then what happens? Because of touch or sense impression, based on touch, sense impression or touch arises vedana, sensation, feeling. That's when you say alas or aha, right? When you are happy, you say, this is what I had been waiting for. When it is unacceptable, alas, this is not. Whether or not you like it, you still accept it. That's where that's our problem is. First you accept, before you reject something, even the worst things that you never want to touch, the moment our sense faculties touch something, and that particular something is that we find disgusting, but still what we first do is, we don't have an ability to reject first. What we do is, rejection is the other side of the coin, acceptance. First we accept, and that's why I say I don't like it. When you say I hate someone, I hate you, meaning first I tried to love you, like you, but I failed, then I said, I hate you. So that's, unfortunately, we human beings don't have the ability to reject at the first instance. Consciously or subconsciously, first we accept. Then instantaneously we decide, I don't like it, I hate it. So that's called salayatana paccaya phassa paccaya vedana. Vedana, in Sinhalese and some of the Indian languages, Vedana means pain, but that's not here. Vedana means in Paticcasamuppada, Vedana means sensation, feeling. It could be dukkha vedana, negative sensation, negative, or sukha vedana, pleasant feeling, sensation, or adukkha sukha, a feeling that is neither pleasant nor unpleasant, kind of mix, or the kind of feeling that we are not in a position to understand. So then what happens? Vedana paccaya tanha. Based on feeling, sensation arises craving. That's another strong, that link has a bigger impact on our life. Later on during discussion we can discuss that. So I'm just simply going through the links. Now, Vedana paccaya tanha. Based on sensation arises tanha. Craving. Craving has no end. This morning I used my topic for this morning Vesak sermon. I used my topic was unquenchable thirst. Thirst is the literal meaning of tanha, craving. The English translation craving or attachment doesn't really translate what is meant by tanha or trishna. Tanha means thirst. Even in English, when you refer to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary or the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, American Dictionary, those are the major dictionaries. Of course, the Oxford Dictionary is the first one in the world. I improved my English thanks to that dictionary when I was 11 years old. And according to dictionary, thirst means, in layman, in day-to-day life, thirst means, when you say you are thirst, I am thirst means, I am dehydrated. I am getting dehydrated, so I don't need to drink something quote unquote something. It's something drinkable. But both according to Buddha and the English dictionary, thirst means longing. Ardent desire for something, ardent longing for something. Meaning, it includes both hunger and thirst. So, in English, as well as in Buddhist terminology, thirst also implies hunger. It implies anything that we long for through our sense faculties. Now, our eyes are thirsty of images. Our ears are thirsty of good music. Right? So that you are thirsty of someone that you loved in the past. Right? Sometimes you feel that he saw her voice in your dreams. So, and then that's what tanha means. So, Vedana paccaya tanha. Because of sensation, feeling arises tanha, craving, longing. It's longing for, it's not normal longing, it's ardent longing for something. Tanha paccaya upadana. Now what happens? Because of tanha, trishna, longing, thirst, arises upadana, clinging. I need this again. That's how you say. When you try something, you need it again. So, what happens in case you have to eat or drink or see or sense something that you don't like? What will happen? First, you accept, then you reject. That's a very tricky situation. That's where all the problems come into our life. Remember this link. Tanha paccaya upadana. You crave for something, even if that something is not pleasant, not acceptable to you, you accept it instantaneously. In case you don't do that consciously, you do that subconsciously for sure. Sometimes, only when you are about to refuse it, reject it, would you know that you had already accepted without letting yourself know. That's how it happens. That's the trickiest link. Tanha paccaya upadana. Upadana is clinging. You need something always. Sometimes when you hate something means you need it in a different way. Right? And sometimes say, okay, dress up in a different way. I don't like the way you are dressed up for the party. Okay, go back and dress up and come again. This is better. Right? you would ask your partner to dress up in a different way. Meaning, you never get fed up with rejection, rejecting. Why? Rejection is simply almost difficult to unavoidable, is inevitable interim mental state that occurs between thirst, craving, and clinging. First you cling, however bad it is, first you cling, then you accept it, reject or accept it. But again, your purpose is to accept it, to embrace it, to go for it. And so that's Vedana Paccha Tanha. Tanha Paccha Upadana. Because of Tanha, craving, arises Upadana, clinging. Upadana Paccha Bhava. Upadana Paccha Bhava. Because of clinging, your mind, that is where, let's remind ourselves that Zen Buddhist analogy, monkey-mindedness, right? Monkey-mindedness. So there's a monkey jumping between two apple trees, or maybe any kind of fruit tree, maybe mango trees. So both trees are, that's the season, harvest season. Both trees are laden with mangoes, hundreds of mangoes. And then a monkey would, all of a sudden, it would have get attention of a certain mango, and he would jump on it, grab it, pick it, and try it as he's taking a bite, and then he would see another mango, and he would drop it and jump on the other one. And he can't stay he can't enjoy the same thing continuously, for a long time. And then likewise, the same way, we can't focus on one thing for a considerable period of time. However good something is, we still need to look at something. People almost die on the beautiful people that they would love, right? But again, when they have some experience with that party, feel like looking for something else. This looking for something else kind of behavior is because of this link, bhava. Why? Bhava means being, to be. Of course, the English verb to be comes from the Sanskrit root bhu. Bhu means to be, to become all the time. Bhava means to exist. And you come up with three types of dukkha, so what is that? Three kinds of dukkha you come across. So what is that? Viparinama dukkha, sankhara dukkha, dukkha, sankhara dukkha, viparinama dukkha. Dukkha means normal dukkha. Dukkha is an English word nowadays. When I refer to the British Encyclopedia Britannica, it didn't get highlighted with red. It has become an English word now, dukkha, meaning it is wrongly translated as suffering, but actually dukkha doesn't mean suffering. Dukkha means, du means negative, ka means no essence. Toward the end of the day, having had the company with good friends, having enjoyed good food, having had an outing on a sunny day like these days, and then when you get back home, you feel like something missing. Even you are in the company of 1 million people while enjoying, singing, dancing, drinking, and then there's a kind of missing link that keep haunting in your subconscious mind. That is dukkha. Having a missing link. Meaning, consciously you are happy, but subconsciously you are not. And of the three types of dukkha, that is, so first one is dukkha, normal dukkha like headache, so that stomach flu, diarrhea. You don't need the Buddha to teach you how to deal with your stomach pain, right? You can have a medical remedy for that. That's dukkha. Second one is sankhara dukkha. Sankhara dukkha means so that is called existential dukkha, Meaning, you hate aging. You want to retain the same beautiful face. You hate gray hair. But against your will, the body continues to decay. Right? And so this is called, so that you need to retain. You never want to change. Everyone would rush to adulthood, to teenage years. Past 20, 23, 24, 25. When you reach 25, you want to pretend, okay, I'm still 20. Right? When you become 30, and for the next 4 years, you will be like 26. Right? When I turned 50, when I had the same thing, then I reminded my own banner, my own preaching. Right? And so that I grabbed the phone and called all my friends, and by the way, today I turned 50, because I didn't trust myself. I thought that I would lie to myself in order to prevent myself from lying to myself, pretending, knowing that I just turned 50. I made a lot of phone calls to my friends, hey, by the way, I just turned 50. Right? So this year I am 54. So, and then now it's, when I meditate on my age, now it's normal now. Don't have to hide it. Because whereas one of my gurus in Sri Lanka, now he is 84, and he is a lay person. And this year also, last November he had his birthday, and he told his people, friends, it was his 75th birthday. And one of the friends came forward and told, 7 years ago, I came for your 75th birthday. And he remembered that. Oh, did I say that? And so that's how our life. So that's called sankhara dukkha. Sankhara means accumulations. When it comes to accumulate, what we accumulate, we gather memories, experience. But it is the same experience that brings us trouble, pain. That's sankhara dukkha. And at the same time, viparinama, third one, is much deeper than the second one. Viparinama is the entire universe. Whatever is born has to go through change and then finally fall apart into pieces and die. Anything. So that's called viparinama. And then Buddha's Paticcasamuppada, based on this link, the Buddha's some Westerners call the Buddha's teaching of interdependent origination, trans-Darwinism, a kind of Darwinism that the Buddha's teaching, because in Darwinism, according to theory of evolution has an end to it. Whereas according to Buddhism, it never ends. The Buddha argues that it is understood that our psychology continues to evolve in different forms. And then if we accept Darwinism, one day, maybe in thousands of years, maybe in millions of years, our human shape, our appearance would have changed a lot. If we came from the monkeys, right, apes, and then we are not supposed to stop. There's no way to stop our evolution in this appearance. If in the millions of years, we should have a different appearance. So that's the Buddhist argument. So that's why viparinama, parinama, by the way, in Pali, parinama means evolution. But in Buddhism, we use the word viparinama. The prefix vi means, it says otherwise. There's no end to evolution. That's called viparinama dukkha. The world comes back. For example, the scientists know the history of the current Earth, quote unquote, current Earth, like 4+ billion years old, this current Earth. But that's the age of the current Earth that we live in. But in Buddhism, the same Earth existed before, and there was another Earth before that, and there was another Earth before that. From time to time, according to Paticcasamuppada, it goes through destruction. The Earth gets reduced to dust, and out of the same dust, the new Earth is reformed. That's what happened to anything in the universe. And that's when one day when somebody asked me, when I went to MIT, somewhere in a discussion, he asked me, I was the only Buddhist there. I love that, right? I was the only person. There were a lot of questions they asked me. Some questions were just to ridicule me. I like to get ridiculed too, because then I can come up with a better answer, right? See? So, and then he asked, how could they say, Buddha Gautama, the Buddhist literature says Buddha Gautama has seen millions of Buddhas in his past jatakas, past in lifetimes. How could such a number of, and it is very rare, there's an indefinite period, the period of time between two Buddhas is so long that how could you say that millions of Buddhas appear on the same earth? I said, no, it's not the same earth, it's a different earth. The same dust, the same earth went through the total destruction and created another earth. And so there again humanity appears on earth. And according to Agganya Sutta, by the way, the former acting ambassador, Sri Lanka's ambassador to the United Kingdom, Ambassador Sugishwara Gunaratna, I think he gave a wonderful talk on Agganya Sutra at London Buddhist Vihara. I think it's available somewhere on YouTube. It's one of the best explanations of Agganya. That's called the Buddhist Genesis story. Like you talk about Genesis in the Bible. Buddha also, in Buddhism we also have a Genesis story. So, read Agganya Sutra. You can download the English translation from Google. It's a long sutra. You will get bored, but it's a long sutra about how everything, how even the earth on which we live is relative to the universe during its existence. So, I think I went too far. And then tanha pacca, upadana pacca, bhava. Bhava again, to exist. I explained these three types of dukkha because you need that background information to understand bhava. Bhava means to be all the time. Now, bhava is one of the dormant tendencies of the mind according to Sapta Anusaya Sutra, the sutra on the 7 obsessions. We are obsessed with bhava. We are obsessed with existence, so that we hate aging. That's called bhava, means all about aging. Aging is the only term that you understand bhava. Being. You always want to be something, and that you want to be means you want to become younger again. There are no old people in the world, right? Young and younger people, right? So the young people become, even though the younger become young, there's no way to reverse it. That young become younger. So that is about bhava. Why we want to remain younger? Why we never want to age? Nowadays, you use a very politically correct, very tricky, sugar-coated term nowadays. Okay, you are aging better. That's how you say, you age better. I see that, you are aging better. That's aging anyway. So, bhava. Then what happens? Upadana pacca bhava. Because we need, even if we have clung to so many things, we have grasped so many things in our life so far, we are never satisfied. So that in order for us to continue to cling to something, we need to stay longer. And so that we want to exist in the way that we want, whatever the way we want to exist. But it doesn't happen. So that's called upadana pacca bhava. Based on clinging, bhava occurs. Bhava is synonymous with samsara. Bhava is a flow, it is a cycle. And from time, then bhava pacca jati. Jati means one particular life form, like humanity that we have acquired. Bhava means the entire cycle. So, upon death, we would come back in a different form. Why we come back? Why we come back is clear. Because we need to we want to continually cling to something. That's called clinging. Based on clinging, bhava occurs. Bhava is there, cycle of being, becoming or rebecoming is there because of clinging. Otherwise, we should be able to stop the cycle right away and go to achieve nirvana, but we are not ready to do that. That's why we ask a plethora of questions as to what nirvana is, whether we could continue to enjoy when we go to nirvana. Right? Some people have told me they are disappointed in private sessions. Oh, if there's nothing to enjoy, why should I have nirvana? Then I said, Buddha hasn't spent much time to explain nirvana. Instead, he has spent most of the time throughout his teachings to explain bhava, becoming. There's no much teaching on nirvana. Why? Whosoever wants to go to nirvana must first understand whether you are happy with your existence. If I talk to, one day when I was doing my studies in Miami, I came across a billionaire, a rich person. And then when I gave a talk on Wednesday on campus, and he was there too, he's a next door neighbor, he lived in the vicinity of the university. And then he approached me, I think nirvana doesn't make any sense to me. I said, okay sir, thank you, no problem. Oh, you don't feel offended when I say it doesn't make sense to me? I said, no. Why? Because it makes sense to me. So as long as it makes sense to me, I don't care whether it makes sense or not to you. It's not my problem. And then what happened? 3 months later, I saw him walking with with crutches. And he had a car accident. And he was still there. Then I said, okay, I didn't see you for many months. What happened to you, sir? How are you doing? And he said, well, I had this car accident. I was at fault. I had to pay because of the accident. I was charged with drunk driving and manslaughter. A woman and her child died. So I am going through so much trauma now. Then I said, meaning. Then I said, meaning. I stopped there. Meaning, what you said months ago is correct, right? I think I need some instant nirvana. I need some instant nirvana from my trauma. Right? I said, sir, there's no way to have instant nirvana. But anyway, in the English language, nirvana means, incredible joy. Incredible joy. Because that's what you apply. You use that word in your day-to-day life too. Nirvana, right? Nirvana is a noun, it's not an adjective. But nowadays people use nirvana as an adjective too. How? Nirvanic. I had this ice cream. It was nirvanic, Bante. One child told me this time in New York. Then I asked about the popular brands. I'm not supposed to mention those, otherwise I'm not doing promotion here, right? Not marketing here. So nirvanic. So that gentleman understood because of the trauma caused by the car accident, and he even told me, first nirvana didn't make any sense to him. Now he was more enthusiastic about nirvana than I was. Why? That's why he said, I need some instant nirvana. Instant nirvana. So, bhava-pacchaya, what is the jati? So bhava is the cycle. During the cycle, we come back in different forms. Whatever form we comes back, that is called jati. So this is our manusya jati. This is our human jati, meaning this is our human form. Jati, then jati pacchaya. Then what happens? Bhava pacchaya jati pacchaya jara maranang soka parideva dukkha domanasa upayasa. Because of jati, because of our comeback, arises all other kind of things. What are those things? So jara marana, jara, decay, aging, marana, death, jara upadana, upayasa, despair, and then different kinds of dukkhas then again. even though there are a few words that explain what happens after jati, whatever problems that you have, that's all because of jati. That's the way to conclude. Right? Then what happens is, having gone through all these things, different kinds of dukkhas, again we leave this world, then what happens? Again we come back. That's the cycle. So that's some short brief explanation of Paticcasamuppada. Usually it takes like five hours, right? So that's the basic. So still that's the opening remarks, right? Now no more, but I don't know. Nayakahandra is going to say something, or you can after his remarks again. Then we will open the floor for questions.
No, you ask them to ask questions. I think everything already.
By the way, I purposely avoided certain hard Buddhist terms, still using some layman's language, but I was careful not to distort the terms. Right? So, and then always remember, whenever you read Paticcasamuppada, have this formula in the back of your mind. When this is, that is. When this is not, that is not. That means relativity. And read Nalakalapa Sutra. Take, in the Nalakalapa Sutra, Nalakalapa means 2 bamboo poles. And you level the ground, sit 2 bamboo poles and put, and then slice the edges off so as for them to help, support each other, and then you put them on the ground. So, because then you touch, when you hit one pole, then what happens? Both, so the collapses. Both collapse on the ground. Meaning, Nalakalapa, in that sutra, Buddha talks about relativity. Everything is relative to everything else. Paticcasamuppada, the lesson that is why Albert Einstein was impressed with Paticcasamuppada, interdependent origination, because of relativity. Things are relative to everything. One thing is relative to some other things. When the relativity collapses, when the relativity is gone, there's nothing existent there. Anything. And then you have to live with someone whose you don't like, whose company you hate. But that's also a kind of dukkha, right? According to Buddhism. So missing the loved ones, how to know? You are living with unpleasant people brings you more dukkha than missing the loved ones from your life. So all of a sudden you have to say goodbye to that friend or a partner who had been torturing you, right? And then what happens is, in the absence of the so you will still continue to be the victim, but when that enemy, that opponent is gone, what happens is there's a relativity there. In the absence of your opponent, right? Because due to the absence of your opponent, you get your peace of mind back, and that is relative. That is relativity. As long as you live with that partner, you go through dukkha, and that is relativity. Everything depends on everything else. That is why it is called dependent origination or the interdependent origination. Origination occurs of something depending on something else. So that is how at least the theoretical application of Paticcasamuppada into our daily life. And when you want to practical application, you need to choose some situations like I did. And based on one, always choose 2 opposite situations, a pleasant situation and an unpleasant situation. And see how you respond to each situation. You can relive those situations. You can rekindle your experience. You can bring your experience back to life, and you go through again, relive those 2 experiences, one negative, unpleasant, one positive, pleasant, and see how you react. I have asked children to do that. I asked them to close their eyes, and with their parents' permission, I would videotape them, and then I will make them not to open their eyes for school children. So that is some applied Paticcasamuppada. That's how to apply it. Ask your husband or wife or spouse or friend or someone else to close his or her eyes and ask and do the same, ask that party to do the same thing to you. Right? That's practice. How? I ask the children to close their eyes, and then I would know the kind of trauma that children would, dukkha that children would go through. I was okay. When you went for shopping and you wanted to eat another ice cream, another one, when your parents refused to them, you were sad. Now relive that moment, and all of a sudden, your mom said to you, okay, you know what? Because you are forcing me, not anymore, but I will buy you one last ice cream. And then you got it and you ate it while you enjoyed ice cream. How did you feel? And relive that moment. Bring that experience into the moment and relive it. And then when I observed their both when they made a face. When they relived the negative experience, they were sad, always doing this. And then when they relived the pleasant moment experience, they were, that's what they did. They even tasted it. Now, when I showed them the videotape and they told them how they responded, so that is applied Paticcasamuppada. What happens there was, Vedana Paccaya Tanha. Because of the sensation, pleasant sensation, feeling of the ice cream, they had more craving, Tanha. Then what happens was, all the three links together, Vedana, Tanha, Upadana. Sensation, craving, clinging. So that's how to practice. Okay, no more. If you have questions now.
Thank you very much.
I wonder whether recently, during my recent visit to New York, I came back as a police officer, NYPD. And then we went to a street Vesak celebration. When I went there and he said, I listened to your talk, and there was a Buddhist nun giving a talk too. And he said, I have so many questions. Then I told the officer, okay officer. So that I am going through some suffering, he said. I said, I am going through suffering because I have too many answers to questions. I said, I have answers but no questions. With that in my mind, I explained, just targeting possible questions that you may have. But still, if you have, you can ask. We have time for one or two questions. So then, did I explain too much? Tell me yes or no. Because I need to get it confirmed. Because I didn't leave time for questions. Was it clear enough? Even don't worry about the 12 links. Think about, in order to apply, think about that one, only 3 words. Sensation leads to craving, craving leads to, sensation leads to more craving, craving then leads to more clinging. Go through this. And this is Tanha. Trishna is Paticcasamuppada. One last thing, please, 30 seconds. In Buddhism, the Buddha says, Tanha, Trishna is the root cause. But Paticcasamuppada starts with avidya, ignorance. Why is that? Avidya is the root cause. Tanha is the functional cause. Basic cause and the functional cause. Because Buddha highlighted Tanha, because avidya is deeply rooted, ignorance is deeply rooted. So even though Paticcasamuppada starts with avidya, root cause, Buddha always want us to understand our existence in terms of tanha, that is a functional cause. That's where avijja is hardly explained when it comes to our existence. It is tanha, trishna, thirst that Buddha repeatedly uses. And that completes my explanation, I guess. Nothing is complete anyway. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhante, very much. It's wonderful sharing your understanding with us for this Vesak program. You have culminated our program, I understand. I learned a lot, actually. I do apologize because I have taken more time from...
Actually, I have taken 15 minutes off, but Vandana will schedule.
Yeah. So, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Siddhananda Tirvan Samai.
चक्रवडङ्कितरत्न सुपादो लक्खनमण्डित आयत पानी चामर छत्र विभूषित पादो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो सक्के कुमार वारो सुखुमालो लक्खन विथत पुण्य शरीरो लोकहिताय गातो नारवीरो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो पुण्य सशंख निभो मुख वन्नो देव नारायण पियो नारनागो मत्त गजिंद विलासित गामी ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो खत्तिय संभाव अंग कुलीनो देव मनुष्य पमासित पादो शील समाधि प्रतिष्ठित चित्तो ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो आयतयुक्त सुसंठित नासो गोपमुखो अभिनील सुनेतो इंद्रधनु अभिनील भामुको ऐसा ही तुई है पिता नारसिंहो भट्ट सुमट्ठ सुसंठित गीवो सिंह हलो निगराज शरीरो कंचन सुच्छ वियुत्थम वन्नो ऐसा ही
समन्ता चक्रवालीषु अत्रा गच्छन्तु देवता सद्धम्मं निराजस् शृणन्तु सग्गमुखदं धम्मश्रवणकालो अयं वदन्ता धम्मश्रवणकालो අයං බදන්තා ධම්මස්සවන කාලෝ අයං බදන්තා නමෝ තස් භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස අන්තෝ ජටා බහි ජටා ජඨාය ජටිතා පජා දන්තං ගෝතම පුච්ඡාමි කෝයිමං විජතේ ජටං සීලේ පතිට්ඨාය නරෝ සපඤ්ඤෝ චිත්තං පඤ්ඤං ච භාවයං ආතාපි නිපකෝ භික්ඛෝ සෝ ඉමං විජතේ ජටං තී. ශ්‍රද්ධා බුද්ධ සම්පන්න පින්වතුනි, සිංහල ධර්මදේශනාවට තිබිච්ච ටයිම් එක අඩු වුණා. භාගයක් විතර. ඒත් අපි මේ ධර්මදේශනාව ඒ විදිහටම කරගෙන යනවා. ඒ කාරණා පිළිබඳව ඉතින් මේ ධර්මදේශනාවට අවශ්‍ය කරන දේවල් දේශනා කිරීමට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා බලන්න ඕනේ මොකද්ද මේ බණ අහනවා කියන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් අපි කවුරුත් බණ අහනවා. බණ ඇහිමේ බලාපොරොත්තුව මොකද්ද? අපි මේ බලාපොරොත්තු දේ ලැබෙනවද කියලා බලන්නත් ඕනේ. ඉතින් හුඟක් වෙලාවට අපේ රටේ විතර බණ කියන රටක්, බණ අහන රටක් මම හිතන්නේ මුළු තුන් ලෝකෙම නැහැ. මොකද එච්චරට බණ අහනවා වෙනවට කොච්චර දුරට පිළිපදිනවද කියන එක තමයි අපි සලකා බලන්නට ඕනේ. ඉතින් බණ කීමේදී බණ ඇහිීමේදී ප්‍රධානම දේ තමයි අපි දැනුම දියුණු කරගන්න. දැනුමක් ඇති කර ගැනීම. ඒ දැනුම ඇති කරගෙන මොකද බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ? ඒ තුලින් අපි යහපත් මාර්ගය තෝරා ගැනීම. යම්සි කාරණයක් පිළිබඳ ඒ තෝරා ගැනීම. ඊළඟට ඒ තෝරගෙන ඊළඟට මොකද කරන්නේ? අපි ඒ මාර්ගයේ ගමන් කරනවා. මාර්ගයේ ගමන් කරලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ධර්ම දේශනාවන් ශ්‍රවණය කළා. ඒ මාර්ගයේ ගිහිල්ලා ඒ තුලින් ධර්මාවබෝධය කර. නැත්තම් සම්මා දිට්ඨිය ඇති කර ගැනීම තමයි ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන්ම ධර්ම දේශනාවකදී බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව මේ පින්නතුන් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා සුනාත ධාරේත චරාති කියන විදියට අහන්න, ඒක දරා ගන්න, හිතට ගන්න, ඒ වගේම මේ විදියට හැසිරෙන්න කියලා තමයි අපි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව ඒක චාරිත්‍රයක් තමයි. ධර්ම දේශනාව පවත්වන්න කලින් ටික වෙලාවක් යම් කිසි දෙයක් දේශනා කරනවා ධර්මාවාදයක් හැටියට. ඒක තමයි අවස්ථාවට කියන්න තියෙන්නේ. මම දේශනා කරපු ගාථා ධර්මයේ ජටා සූත්‍රයේ කියන ඒ ජටා සූත්‍රයේ තමයි දකින්න තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක අවස්ථාවක ජටා භාරද්වාජ කියන එක්කෙනා ඇවිල්ලා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගෙන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහනවා. බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගෙන් අහනවා අන්තෝ ජටා බහි ජටා ජටාය ජටිතාපජ. කියන්නේ අන්තෝ ජටා බහි ජටා කියන්නේ ඇතුළත් ගැටලු පිටත් ගැටලු. අන්තෝ ජටා බහි ජටා ජටාය ජටිතාපජ. අපි මේ ගැටලු වලින් වට වෙලා ඉන්නේ. අපි මේ ගැටලු වලින් පූර්ණ වෙලා ඉන්නේ. බොහොම ගැටලු රාශියක් අපේ තියෙනවා. මේ ලෝකයා ඒ විදිහට වැදිලා ඉන්නේ. ඊළඟට බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගෙන් අහනවා මොකද්ද මේකට කාරණේ? අපිට තියෙන මේ ගැටලු වලට තියෙන කාරණේ මොකද්ද කියලා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගෙන් අහන්නේ. ඒ අහන අවස්ථාවේදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දේශනා කරනවා මේ විදිහට සීලේ පතිට්ඨාය නරෝසපඤ්ඤෝ. මේ බුද්ධිමත් මිනිස්සු මොකද කරන්නේ? සීලේ පිහිටලා ඊළඟට චිත්තං පඤ්ඤංච භාවයන් සිත දියුණු කරනවා. ඒ වගේම ඒ තුලින් ප්‍රඥාව ඇති කර ගන්නවා. අන්න ඒ පුජ්‍යලයාට තමයි පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ මේ ගැටලු වලින් විසඳෙන්න. මේ ඇතුළත තියෙන ඒ වගේම පිටත තියෙන ගැටලු වලින් විසඳීමක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ අන්න ඒ විදිහටයි කියලා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් අපි බලමු මොනවද අපිට තියෙන ගැටලු කියලා ඉස්සෙල්ලා. අපි කාටත් ගැටලු තියෙනවා එක එක අවස්ථාවලදී එක එක විදිහේ එක එක ආකාරයේ ගැටලු තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක ඒ ගැටලු පවතින නිසා අපි මොනවද ඉස්සෙල්ලා බලන්න ඕන මොනවද ගැටලු තියෙන්නේ කියලා. අපේ ජීවිතවල මේ පින්නතුන් දන්නවා ඔබලාට තියෙන ගැටලු මොනවද කියලා. එක වෙලාවකින් තියෙනවා ආර්ථිකය නිසා පවුල් වල තියෙන ගැටුම්. ඊළඟට කායික මානසික ඒ වගේම ආර්ථික සමාජික කියන ඔය හැම ආකාරයෙන්ම ගැටලු අපිට තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ජීවිතය ගැන කලකිරෙනවා. සමහර වෙලාවට මට දැන් ජීවිතේ මෙපා වෙලායි තියෙන කියන වෙලාව තියෙනවානේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගැටලු තියෙනවා. මොකක් හරි ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම සමාජයේ සිද්ධ වෙන දේවල් දිහා බලලා ඒ ගැනත් අපි කලකිරෙනවා. ඒ ගැනත් අපිට ගැටලු තියෙනවා. ඊළඟට ජීවිතයේ අරගල වලින් හැමදාම අපි මහන්සි වෙන්න ඕන. ඒ වගේ හැම දෙයක්ම කරන්න ඕන. ඉතින් පෞල් ජීවිතය ගත්තාම කොච්චර කරදර තියනවද කියලා තියෙනවා. ඒක කරදර රාශියක් තියෙනවා මේ කවුරුත් දන්නවා. ඉතින් ඒ වයින් එක වෙලාවකට අපි ගැටිලා ඉන්නේ. එතකොට හිතෙනවා අනේ මීට වැඩි හොඳයි මැරලා යනවා නම් කියලා. එහෙමත් හිතෙන වෙලාවල් තියෙනවා මිනිසුන්ට. ඉතින් ඒවා රාශියක් තියෙන අවස්ථාවලදී බුදුහාමුදුරු කියනවා මේ කොහොමද මේ වයින් බේරෙන්නේ කියලා. ඊළඟට අපේ ජීවිතේ වැරදි තියෙනවා වැරදි හදාගන්න කොහොමද කියලා. ඊළඟට ජීවිතේ අවුල් කරගන්න අයත් ඉන්නවා එක එක කාරණා නිසා. ඒ තමන්ගේ මනසේ තියෙන ව්‍යාකූල භාවය නිසාම ඇති කරගන්න ප්‍රශ්න රාශියක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන බුදුහාමුදුරු කියන්නේ මේ ජීවිතය ගැන යථාබෝධයක් ලබා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ ගැටලු කියන ඒවා අපි කාටත් තියෙනවා. ඒ ගැටලු වලින් අපි මිදෙන්නට මොනවා හරි බුද්ධ ධර්මය අනුව මොකද්ද තියෙන්නේ කියලා පෙන්වනවා. එතනදී කියන්නේ සීලය තමයි. සීලය කියන්නේ අපේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති වල පිහිටා සිටීම. හුඟක් ප්‍රශ්න දිහා බැලුවෙන් පස්සේ ওই තියෙන හුඟක් ප්‍රශ්න අපිට එන්නේ මොකද? අපේ තියෙන ඒ වැරදි හැසිරීම නිසා හුඟක් එන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම අපි අපේ මනස ව්‍යාකූල භාවයට පත්වීම නිසා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම සමාජයේ තියෙන වෙන දේවල් නිසාත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඒ සියලුම දේවල්ට මුහුණ දෙන්න හදාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ සීලය තුලින්. සීලය තුලින් මොකද වෙන්නේ? සීලය තුලින් අපි හිත දියුණු කරනවා. හිත දියුණු කරනකොට අර තියෙන හුඟක් ප්‍රශ්න ඒ වගේම ගැටලුකාරී තත්වයන් හුඟක් ඒ සීලය පිහිටලා අපි හිත දියුණු කරනකොට ඒ තුලින් අපිට අවබෝධයක් එනවා ඒ ප්‍රඥාව. ඒ ප්‍රඥාවෙන් යුක්තව වැඩ කරනකොට ඒ පුද්ගලයා දක්ෂ පුද්ගලයෙක් වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරු කියන්නේ මේ සීලය කියන එක ඇත්තටම අවශ්‍ය දෙයක් අපි කාටත්. අපි හැම දෙනාටම සීලය තුල තමයි පවතින්නේ. සීලේ පතිට්ඨාය නරෝසපඤ්ඤ. බුද්ධිමත් පුද්ගලයා හැමතිස්සෙම සීලේ පිහිටලා තමයි කටයුතු කරගෙන. ඉතින් සීල් එක එක ආකාරයේ සීල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ සේරම ගැන සීල් ගැන දේශනා කරන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපි බලනකොට අපි බලන්න ඕනේ අපේ මනස කොහොමද වැඩ කරන්නේ කියලා. මනස දිහා බලනකොට අපේ හිත දිහා බලනකොට අපේ හිතේ මේ අවස්ථාවේදී හිතේ පිරිසුදු චේතනාවන් තිබුණත් අපේ හිතේ අනුසය වශයෙන් නරක චේතනාවක් තියෙනවා. ඒවා එක සැරේටම නැගී සිටිනවා යම් කිසි දෙයක් සිද්ධ වෙච්ච ගමන්. යම් කිසි ආකාරයක දෙයක් යම් කිසි දෙයක් බලනකොට ඒ තුලින් අපේ අනුසය යට වෙලා තියෙන ඒ සිටිවිලි නරක සිටිවිලි එක සැරේටම ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකට කියනවා අනුසය අවස්ථාව. අනුසය අවස්ථාවේදී අපි හැමෝගෙම තියෙනවා. ඒවා කොයි වෙලාවේ එනවද කියලා අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් කරන නමුත් යම් කිසි අවස්ථාවක ඒ සිටුේෂන් එකක් ඇති වුණොත් එහෙම ඒ වෙලාවේදී ඒ සිටුවිලි කසරේට මැති වෙනවා. ඒක ඉතින් ඕන කෙනෙකුට වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක තමයි අපිට හුඟක් වෙලාවට වෙන්නේ. අපි හොඳින් ඉන්න අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් අපිට ඇවිල්ලා මොකක් හරි කියනවා නම් ඒ අතීතදී අපිට කේන්තියක් ඇති වෙනවා අනිවාර්යයෙන්. ඒක කොහේ තියුණත් දන්නේ නැහැ. අනුසය අවස්ථාවේදී තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් ඒක මතුවෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම තවත් එකක් තමයි පරිඋත්ථාන කියලා අවස්ථාවකුත් තියෙනවා. පරිඋත්ථාන අවස්ථාවේදී අපි කරන්නේ හුඟක් වෙලාවට Tamanට කේන්තියක් ඇති වෙනවා, තරහක් ඇති වෙනවා, ආසාවක් ඇති වෙනවා. නමුත් Taman එක ඉවසනවා. මේ පින්නතුන්ම කියලා ඇති මට අර මිනිස්සයා බැන්නා ඒ වුණාට මට හරි කේන්තියක් ඇති වුණා, මට ගහන්නත් හිතුණා, බනින්නත් හිතුණා. ඒ වුණාට මම මොකක්වත් කරන්න ගියේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒක තමයි පරිඋත්ථාන අවස්ථාව. Tamanට ටිකක් හිතන්න අවස්ථාවක් දෙනවා. මේ අවස්ථාවදී ටිකක් මනස ඒ කේන්තිය ඇති වුණත් ඇක්ෂන් එකක් ගන්න නැහැ. මොකක් හරි කරන්නේ නැහැ. මනසේ තියෙනවා ඒක. ඊළඟට අනිත් එක තමයි වීතික්කම අවස්ථාව. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී නම් ඉතින් මොකුත් කරන්නේ නැහැ. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම එක්ක බනිනවා, එක්ක ගහනවා, එක්ක මරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දෙයක් අවස්ථාව තමයි ඇති වෙන්නේ. මොකද ඒ වීතික්කම අවස්ථාව තමයි බොහොම දරුණු අවස්ථාව. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්වුම් කරන්නේ මේ අවස්ථා දෙක, අනුශය අවස්ථාව සහ පරිඋත්ථාන අවස්ථාව කියන දේ අවස්ථා දෙකේදී පුළුවන් නම් ඒ පුරුදු කරන්න මනස ඉතින් ඒ වීතික්කම අවස්ථාවට යන්නේ නැහැ. විනාශකාරී තත්වයක් යන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒක ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඉක්මවා යෑමක් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි මේ සිල් සමාදන් වීම තුලින් කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? ඉතින් අපි හුඟක් වෙලාවට මේ පින්නතුන් කවුරුත් මම හිතන්නේ හුඟක් අය සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරන අය, සිල් අරගෙන තියෙනවා. ඉතින් හුඟක් වෙලාවට පොයට සිල් සමාදන් වීම සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒක අපේ සංස්කෘතියේ තියෙන දෙයක්. ඒ කියන්නේ බුද්ධ ආගමේම තියෙන දෙයක්. ඒ වගේම බුද්ධ ආගමේ විතරක් නෙවෙයි. ඔය ඒ කාලේ බුදුහාමුදුරටත් ඉස්සර Hindu ආගමේත් ඒ කියන්නේ ඊට පැලින් පැවති ආගම් වලත් පෝය කියන දවස ඊටාම වැදගත් දවසක් වෙනවා. මොකද කවටත් ආගමික කටයුතු වල යෙදුණු අවස්ථාවක්. මේ ඇයට මතක ඇති මහා මායා දේවිත් සිද්ධාර්ථ කුමාරයා පිළිස ගන්න අවස්ථාවේදී පොයට සිල් සමාදන් වෙලා හිටිය කියනවා. ඒ වගේම ඉන්දියානු සංස්කෘතියේ තෝ හැම පොයකටම වගේ ඒ අයගේ ආගමික වැඩ තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේමයි මේ අනිකුත් ආගම් වලත් පොයේ දවසට තියෙනවා මේක. ඉතින් ඒ වගේමයි බුද්ධ ආගමේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවොත් කිව්වා පොයේ දවසට මේ සිල් සමාදන් වීම අනුමත කළා. ඒ වගේම භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාටත් පොයේ දවසේදී අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ප්‍රතිවීක්ෂා දේශනා කරන්න. ඒක කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ සීලයේ පිළිබඳ ආවර්ජනය කරන්න කියලා කිව්වා. ඉතින් මේ අපි මේ පින්නතුන් හුඟක් අටසිල් සමාදන් වෙච්ච අය. අටසිල් සමාදන් වීමේ නියම තේරුම පෙන්눔 කරන්න බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ලස්සන සූත්‍රයක් දේශනා කරලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මම හිතුවා මේ සූත්‍රය ආශ්‍රයෙන් මේ ඇයට පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරන්න ඕන කියලා. මොකද එතෙද්දි කියන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දවසක් පූර්වාරාමේ වැඩ ඉන්න දවසක විසාකාව බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ සමීපයට එනවා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පන්සලට එනවා. පන්සලට ආවන් පස්සේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ අහනවා ඇයි විසාකාව අද පන්සලට ආවේ මේ වෙලාවේ කියලා. එතකොට එයා කියනවා මම මේ සිල් සමාදන් වුණා. අට සිල් සමාදන් වෙලා තමයි ඉන්නේ. ඒ නිසා මම පන්සලට ආවා කියලා. එතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ අහනවා ඔබ දන්නවද මේ අට සිල් සමාදන් වීමේ තියෙන වැදගත්කම? එතනදී තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දේශනා කරන්නේ මේ අට සිල් සම්බන්ධව. එතනදී කියනවා මේ සිල් උපෝසතය. උපෝසත කියන වචනේ තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. මේ සූත්‍රයට කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම මේ අංගුත්තර නිකායන සූත්‍රයක්. උපෝසත සූත්‍රය කියලා කියන්නේ. උපෝසත සූත්‍රයේදී පෙන්눔 කරන්නේ පොයේ සිල් සමාදන් වීම ගැනමයි. එතෙන්දී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්눔 කරනවා මේ අපි කවුරු සිල් ගත්තට සමහර වෙලාවට හරියට තේරුමත් නොදැන ගන්නට පුළුවන්. එතෙන්දී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්눔 කරන මේ සමහර සිල් ක්‍රම තුනක් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ සූත්‍රයේ දේශනා කරනවා. පළවෙනි එක තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියනවා මේ ගෝපාලක උපෝසතය කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී කියන්නේ මේ ගෝපාලක කියන්නේ ගව පාලකයා. හරක් බලන මිනිස්සයා. හරක් බලන මිනිස්සයා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? හරක් ටික අනුන්ගේ හරක් බලන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ හරක් ටික බලලා හැන්දෑවට ගිහිල්ලා අයිතිකාරයට බාර දෙනවා. බාර දීලා එයා කල්පනා කරනවා මම අද මෙතනදී තමයි කන්න දුන්නේ. ඒ වගේම මෙතනදී තමයි වතුර බිව්වේ. හෙට මම වෙන තැනකට ගෙනියන්න ඕන. මේක තමයි හෙටට යන්නේ කියලා එයා ඒ විදිහට කල්පනා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියනවා ඒ වගේ සිල් රකින්න අයත් ඉන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ සිල් රැක්කට කල්පනා කරන්නේ අද කෑම හොඳද? ඒ වගේම ඒ කෑම වල තියෙන ගුණාගුණ පිළිබඳවත් හිතනවා. ඒ අන්තිමට කියනවා මේක සමහර වෙලාවට කෑම හොඳ නැතුණා නම් අද නම් දාන ටික හරි සෞතුයි කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරන ඒ කියන්නේ මේ පුජ්‍යලයාගේ සීලය ආරක්ෂා කරන්නට නෙමෙයි මේ පුජ්‍යලයා වැඩ කරේ තමන්ගේ කෑම සඳහා. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියලා තියෙන සබ්බේ සත්තා ආහාරට්ඨිතිකා කියලා. ඒ කාරණේ වෙනයි. නමුත් සිල් රැක්කහම සිල් රකින්නකොට සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරනකොට පෝසති අටසිල් සමාදන් වෙලා ඉන්නකොට කෑම ගැන එච්චර සැලකිල්ලක් කරන්න හොඳ නැහැ. ඒ ගැන හිතන්නට එච්චර හොඳ නැහැ. එහෙම හිතුවොත් එහෙම අර ගෝපාලක උපෝසතයේ බවට පත් වෙනවා. මොකද තමන්ගේ තියෙන ආසාවන් පිළිබඳව තමයි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී හිතන්නේ. තමන්ගේ වෙන කාරණයක් පිළිබඳව. නමුත් අර නියම කාරණේ පිළිබඳව හිතන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ගෝපාලක ක්‍රමය බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ අනුමත කරේ නැහැ. ඊළඟට නිගණ්ඨ උපෝසතය කියලා එකක් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී පෙන්නනවා. නිගණ්ඨය කියන්නේ දන්නවනේ මේ වෙනම ආගමික කොටසක් හිටියා. ඒ නිගණ්ඨ සමහර ලාවට ඒ කට්ටිය දේශනා කරන්නේ කොහොමද? මේ මෛත්‍රී පතුරවනවා එක පැත්තකට මේ පැත්තට මෛත්‍රී පතුරවන්න. එක වෙලාවකට කියනවා මේ පැත්තට මෛත්‍රී පතුරවන්න. අර පැත්තට මෛත්‍රී පතුරවන්න. ඊළඟට වස්ත්‍ර නැතුව හිටියොත් තමන්ගේ සියලුම ක්ලේශයන් නැහැ. කිසිම සම්බන්ධතාවයක් නැහැ කියලා. නමුත් එහෙම හිටියත් ඒකෙන් අයින් වුණාන් පස්සේ ආපහු යන්නේ ඒකටමයි. ඒ වගේමයි එතනදී එයා ඒකටි කියන එක නෙමෙයි කරන්නේ කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී පෙන්වු කරන නිගණ්ඨ ක්‍රමයට කරන්නට එපා. සීලය සමාදන් වීම නිගණ්ඨ ක්‍රමයට කරන්නට එපා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපි හුඟක් වෙලාවට පන්සල් එනවා, සිල් ගන්නවා, එක්ක ගෙදරින් ඉඳන් සිල් ගන්නවා. නමුත් අපි එක ඒ දවස පුරාම සමහරලාට අපේ හිතේ එක නරක සිතුවිලි ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර වෙලාවට තමන්ගේ ඉස්සරහින් කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා වාඩි වුණොත් එහෙම කේන්ති යනවා. මොකද බණ අහනකොට කවුරු හරි වාඩි කේන්ති යනවා. සමහරලාට මගේ තමන්ගේ ළඟ තියෙන කොට්ටි ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒකටත් කේන්ති යලා රණ්ඩු වෙනවා. එහෙම අවස්ථා අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා. සමහරලාට ඔය පුටු තියෙනව නේද? පුටු හරිම භයානක වැඩි. සමහරලාට පුටු තියලා වාඩි වුණාන් පස්සේ සමහරු අනිත් අය ඒක මගේ පුටුව කියලා රණ්ඩු වෙනවා පුටුවට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ඇති වෙන්නේ මොකද? අර මේ නිගණ්ඨ ක්‍රමයේ තමයි ඒක එතනදී තියෙන්නේ. නිගණ්ඨ උපෝසතේ තමයි එතන තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මෙතන අපි කවුරුත් ආවේ එක වැඩකට කියලා නෙමෙයි හිතන්නේ. මේ වැරදීම් උත්තරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ කට්ටියක් දැනගන්න ඕන, අනිත් අය දැනගන්න ඕන, අනිත් අය කේන්ති නොගස්සන්න. මොකද ඒ අර විදිය තමයි වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා මේ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් පුටුවට රණ්ඩු වෙනවා, කොට්ටේට රණ්ඩු වෙනවා. මේ කැම ප්ලේට් හිටින් රණ්ඩු වෙන අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ නිකන් තමන්ගේ තියෙන දැන් භාවනා කරගෙන ඉන්න ගමන් එක සැරේටම ඉතින් මధుරයේ කෑවත් මధుරය එලවන්න චටාස් කාලා දුන්නා වැඩි. ඉතින් ඒ කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ මයින්ඩ්ෆුල්නස් එක නෑ. තමන්ගේ කරුණාව, මෛත්‍රී කියන එතකොට ටකස් කාලා යනවා. ඒක විනාශ වෙලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපි තැනදී කියන්නේ මේ සිල් ගන්නකොට අපි අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම තේරුම් ගන්න ඕන මොකද්ද අපි කරන්නේ. සිල් ගැනීමෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? සිල් ගැනීමේදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්වපු කාරණේ තමයි මේ හිතේ ඇති යම්කිසි උපක්ලේශ තියෙනවා නම්, ඒ වගේම කෙලස් තියෙනවා නම්, කිලිටි තියෙනවා නම් ඒව නැති කර ගැනීම තමයි, අඩු කර ගැනීම තමයි මේකේ බලාපොරොත්තු, සිල් සමාදන් වීමේ බලාපොරොත්තුව. වෙන දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. සිල් ගැනීමේදී බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ ඒකයි. එක කාරණයකට දැන් දවස් ඒ කියන්නේ මාසේ දවස් 29ක් ගෙදර ඉන්නවා. ගෙදර ඉන්නේ මොකද සංසාරේ එක මරුවත් සමග ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. නමුත් එක දවසක් තමන්ගේ කැප කරනකොට තමන් ඒ මහන්සි ගන්න ඕන ඒ සඳහාම තමන්ගේ හිත යොදවලා වැඩ කරගෙන යන්නට. ඉතින් එතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ හරි ලස්සනට කියනවා මේ බුද්ධ ආගමේ කියන උපෝසතය වෙනයි. ඒකට කියන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන ආර්ය උපෝසතය. ආර්ය උපෝසතය සමාදන් වෙන්න කියලා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන්නේ. මොනවාද ආර්ය උපෝසතකේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතන දේශනා කරන්නේ? බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියනවා එතනදී අපේ ඔළුව අපවිත්‍ර නම් මොකද අපි කරන්නේ දැන් කාලේ නම් ඉතින් ෂැම්පූ වගේ දේවල් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. නමුත් ඒ කාලේ එක දේවල් තිබුණේ. ඉතින් ඒව ගාලා කොහොම හරි තමන්ගේ මහන්සියෙන් ඔළුව අතුල්ලා කොහොම හරි සුද්ධ කර ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී කරන්න ඕනේ ඔළුව හොද ගන්නවා වගේ. අපි ඔළුව හොඳට හොද ගන්නවා වගේ අපි බුද්ධානුස්සතිය සිහිපත් කරන්න ඕනේ අවස්ථාවේදී. බුද්ධානුස්සතිය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ තියෙන ගුණ. ඉතින් ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විද්‍යාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරුෂතම සාර්ථී කියන විදිහට දන්නෝ මේ පින්නතුන්. ඒ ගුණ සිහිපත් කරන්න. එකින් එක සිහිපත් කරන්න. ඒ දවසේදී කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක් තමයි ඒක බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන්නේ. ඒකට කියන බුද්ධානුස්මෘතිය. බුද්ධානුස්සතිය වඩනකොට බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට තියෙන ගෞරවය තව වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට තියෙන බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ ගුණ Taman සිහිපත් කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ පින්නතුන් මතක ඇති ඉස්සර අපේ ආච්චිලා එහෙම ඊළඟ තිබුණා ඔය මොනකක්ද කියන්නේ ඇටවාලක් නේද? ඒකට තියෙනවා මේ නමක් මට හිතට එන්නේ නවගුණ වැල. අන්න නවගුණ වැල තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක අරගෙන මොකද කරන්නේ අය? දැනගෙන හෝ නොගෙන හෝ හැමතිස්සෙම ඉතිවිසෝ භගවා කී ඒ කට්ටිය ගණන් කරනවා. මොකද ඒකදී කරන්නේ අර දවස පුරා තියෙන යම්කිසි නරක සිතිවිලි ඇති වෙනවා නම් ඒවා පාලනය කර ගැනීම තමයි එතනදී සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. ඒක ඇති වෙන්නට ඉඩ නොදී සිටීම. සමහරවිට එහෙම කරත් ඉතින් ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක නෙමෙයි ප්‍රධානම බලාපොරොත්තුව. අරක තමයි එතනදී කරන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන්නේ මේ බුද්ධානුස්මෘතිය වඩන්න. බුද්ධානුස්මෘතිය වඩන්න. එතකොට ඒ තමන්ගේ නරක සිටිවිලි ඒ ක්ලේශයන් යටපත් වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ක්ලේශයන් නැති කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඊළඟට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? ඊළඟට කියනවා අපි ශරීරයට දැන් හොඳටම දාඩිය දාලා තියෙනවා නම් ශරීරයේ බොහොම අපවිත්‍ර වෙලා තියෙනවා නම් අපි කරන්නේ සබන් ගාලා නානවා, ඇඟ උලලා නානවා. ඉතින් ඒ නානවා වගේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදිත් කියනවා ධම්මානුස්මෘතිය. ධර්මයේ පිළිබඳව මෙනෙහි කරන්න. බුදුහාමුදුරගේ ධර්මයේ කියන්නේ අපි අහලා තියෙනවා ස්වාක්ඛාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සම්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඒහිපස්සිකෝ ඕපනායිකෝ පච්චත්තම් වේතබ්බුගින්. ඒකේ හුඟක් දේවල් හිතන්න පුළුවන්. ධර්මය අපි හිතන්නේ නැහැ නේ. ගැන අපි කරන්නේ වැදගත් ඉතිවිසෝ භගවාන් සම්මාන මොනවා කිව්වද කියලා දන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපි හරියට ඒක ಗುಣ සිහිපත් කරගෙන කියනවා නම් එතන තමයි මෙතන තියෙන්නේ ශක්තිය. එතනදී දන්නවා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ ධර්මය අපි මේ මොනවද කියලා අපි මෙනෙහි කරනවා. ස්වාක්ඛාතෝ ඒක හරියට දේශනා කළා. සාන්දිෂ්ටිකයි, අකාලිකයි ඒක. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට අපිට හිතන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. ඒ හිතලා එතකොට අපේ තියෙන ඒ ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරේ එතනදී කියන්නේ. ඒ වගේ ඇඟ පිරිසිදු කරනවා වගේ ධම්මානුස්මෘතිය වඩලා තමන්ගේ හිතේ තියෙන ඒ නරක සිතිවිලි ඇතිවීමට අවස්ථාවක් දෙන්නට එපා කියලා තමයි එතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියන්නේ. ඊළඟ එක තමයි අපේ රෙදි ජරා වුණාන් පස්සේ මොකද අපි කරන්නේ? ඒකටත් ඉතින් අපේ වර්තමානයේ නම් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් වොෂින් මැෂින් එකට දැම්මා හේදුවා. එතකොට හරි. එක දේවල් දාලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි ඒවා සුද්ධ කරන්න නම් අපි මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? ඒ යම්කිසි දෙයක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඒ වගේමයි අපි අපේ හිතේ තියෙන ඒ ක්ලේශයන් මර්ධනය කිරීමට යටපත් කිරීමට තියෙන එක හොඳ ක්‍රමයක් තමයි සීල සංඝානුස්සතිය. සංඝයාගේ ගුණ සිහිපත් කිරීම. සංඝයා කියන්නේ මගේ ගුණ සිහිපත් කරනව නෙවෙයි. එදා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ කාලේ ඉඳලා අද දක්වාම තියෙන ආර්ය භික්ෂු මහා සංඝරත්නයේ ගුණ. ඒ සඳහා අපි ගාථාවක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක. ඒ විදිහට මම ඒවා කියන්නේ නැහැ මොකද ඒවා දන්නවනේ මේ පින්නතුන්. ඒ ගුණ එකින් එක සිහිපත් කරන්න. ඒ සිහිපත් කරනකොට ඒ තමන්ගේ හිතේ තියෙන ක්ලේශයන් අඩු වෙලා යනවා ප්‍රහීන වෙලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි උතෙන්දී බුදුහාමුදුරු කියන්නේ. ඒ විදියට සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරන්නට උපෝසත සිල් සමාදන් වෙනවා නම් අන්න ඒ විදියට කරන්න එතකොට තමන්ගේ දවස සම්පූර්ණ වෙනවා. ඊළඟ එක තමයි සීලානුස්සතිය කියන එක. ඊළඟට ඒකෙන්දි කියන්නේ හරියට කණ්ණාඩියක් ඔය තත් නැදලා හැම නරක් කරලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒක අපි සුද්ධ කරනවා. මොකද හරියට මූණ පේන්නේ නැති නිසා. ඉතින් ඒකට මොනවා හරි ගාලා අපි සුද්ධ කරනවා වගේ අපේ මනසත් සුද්ධ කර ගන්න ඕනේ. කොහොමද සුද්ධ කරගන්නේ? ඒ සඳහා අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්න ඕන මොනවා හරි. සංඝා සීලානුස්සතිය තමන්ගේ සීලය ගැන තමන් යම්කිසි සීලයක් අනුගමනය කරනවා නම් තමන් සීලයක් පිළිපදිනවා නම් ඒ සමන්ගේ සීලයට අනුව ජීවත් වෙනවා නම් තමන්ට හිතන්න පුළුවන් මම මේ විදියට අද දවස ගත කරා කියලා. ඒක හරියට තමන් කණ්ණාඩියකින් මූණ බලනවා වගේ මූණ බලලා තමන්ට හිතන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම අද දවසේ මගේ නරක සිතිවිලි ඇති වුණේ නැහැ. මේ රාග සිතිවිල්ලක් ඇති වුණේ නැහැ. දේශයක් ඇති වුණේ නැහැ. ක්‍රෝධයක් ඇති වුණේ නැහැ. වෛරයක් ඇති වුණේ නැහැ කියලා අපිට හිතන්න පුළුවන් නම් අන්න ඒ විදියට ඒක හරියට අර කණ්ණාඩියේ මූණ බලලා Tamanට සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන් මම අද සීලය ආරක්ෂා කරා කියලා. අන්න ඒ විදියට සතුටු වෙන්න වාතාවරණයක් තමයි අපි ඇති කර ගන්න ඕන මේ පෙහෙවස් සමාදන් වීමෙන්. සිල් ආරක්ෂා කිරීමෙන් කරන්න ඕන. ඒක අට සිල් වලට විතරක් නෙවෙයි පන්සිල් වලටත් ඒක අදාළයි. ඒ විදිහට තමයි අපි සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරන්නට ඕනේ. මොකද අපි ඒක බලන්න ඕනේ මේක හොඳද නරකද කියලා. ඉතින් බුදුහාඳුර එක අවස්ථාවකදී රාහුල කුමාරයන්ට දේශනා කරන කොහොමද මේ කර්මයේ පිළිබඳව අපි බලන්නේ කියලා. බුදුහාඳුර එතනදී කියන්නේ ඒක හරියට කණ්ණාඩියක් දිහා බලනවා වගේ තමන්ගේ මූණ කණ්ණාඩියකින් දිහා බලනවා වගේ තමන්ට පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕන මේක හොඳද නරකද මේක ඇති කර ගැනීම හොඳද නරකද මේකෙන් කාටවත් කරදරයක් තියනවද නැද්ද මේකෙන් කාටවත් හරි හොඳක් වෙනවද නැද්ද කියලා තමන්ට පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්න ඕන ඒ ගැන මෙනෙහි කරන්නට. එහෙන් මෙනෙහි කරොත් තමයි පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ ඒක තමයි හරි සීලය වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා බුදුහාඳුර එතනදී කියනවා සීලානුස්සතිය හැටියට පෙන්눔 කරා මේ විදිහට සීලය පිළිබඳව තමන්ම මෙනෙහි කරන්න ඕන. තමන්ට සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙන කෙනෙකුට සතුටු වෙන්න නෙවෙයි මේක කරන්නේ. මේක කරන්නේ තමන්ට සතුටු වෙන්න. තමන් සතුටු වෙනවා අද මම මගේ සීලය හරියට ආරක්ෂා කරා කියලා. ඒ විදිහට සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒකට තමයි සීලානුස්සතිය. තමන් ඒ අනුමෝදන් වෙලා ඒ විදිහට ජීවත් වෙලා තමන්ට හිතෙනවා මම අද හොඳ දවසක් ගත කරා. හොඳ විදිහට මගේ සීලය ආරක්ෂා වුණා කියලා. එතකොට තමයි විශාල සතුටක් ඇති වෙනවා. වෙනද කරන දේවල් වලින් ඈත් වෙලා අද දවස මම ඒවයින් මිදී හිටියා කියලා. ඉතින් දිවා රෑ දෙකේම ඒ විදිහට ඉන්න කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. ඒ කාලේ නම් ඉතින් සිල් සමාදන් වුණාන් පස්සේ ඊළඟ දවසේ තමයි සිල් පවාරණය කරන්නේ. දැන් නම් ඉතින් අර කාලයත් එක්ක වෙනස් වෙලා උදේ පටන්ගෙන හවස් වෙනකොට ඉවර වෙනවා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාර්යබහුල ජීවිතයේ ඇති නිසා නමුත් Tamanට සතුට වෙන්න පුළුවන් කොහොම හරි අඩුම ගානේ පැය ගාණක් හරි Taman ඒ විදියට හරි විදියට ජීවත් වුණාද කියලා Tamanගේ ක්ලේශයන් නැතිව වර්ධනය වෙන්න නොදී ඉස්මතු වෙන්න නොදී Taman ඒ ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන කරගෙන ජීවත් වුණා කියලා Tamanට සතුට වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඊළඟ කාරණේ තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරු දේශනා කරනවා මේ දේවතානුස්සති කියලා එකක්. දේවතා කියන්නේ කවුද මේ අය දන්නවා. ඉතින් අපි බුද්ධ ආගමේ උගන්වනවා පෙන්නනවා දෙවියන් පිළිබඳව. දෙවියෝ කියන්නේ සදාකාලික දෙවියෝ නෙමෙයි. මේ අපිට වැඩිය යම්කිසි සැප සම්පත් විදින කොට්ටාසයක්. ඉතින් ඒ කොට්ටාසය ගැන මෙනෙහි කරන්න ඒතෙන්ට යන්න හිතනවා නෙමෙයි. නමුත් ඒ හිතන්න පුළුවන් ඒ දෙවියන් යම්කිසි විදියකට ඒ தത്വයටපත් වුණාද? ඒ දෙවියෝ ඒ தത്വයටපත් උනේ ඒ තමන්ගේ ක්ලේශයන් මර්ධනය කිරීම තුළින් කුසලයන් වර්ධනය කිරීම තුලින්. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා අපිත් කල්පනා කරන්න ඕනේ අපේ ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන කරගන්නටත් රාග දෝෂ මෝහ කියන ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන කරගන්නටත් අපි මහන්සි ගන්න ඕන. දෙවිය බ්‍රහ්මිය වරපත්යටපත් උනේත් එයාගේ ඒ ඇති කරගත්ත හොඳ තත්වයන් අනුව හොඳ මානසික තත්වයන් අනුව අපිත් මේ තත්වය ඇති කරගන්න ඕන කියලා. දෙවියෝ වෙන්න බලාගෙන නෙමෙයි. නමුත් Tamanට සතුට වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ දෙවියන්ට ඒක ඇති කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඇයි අපිටත් මේ තත්වය අපිට ඇති කරගන්නට බැරි කියලා කල්පනා කරන්න ඕන. එහෙම කල්පනා කරනකොට අපිට හිතෙනවා අපි දේවතාවුන් දෙවියෝ ඒ තත්වයටපත් වෙලා ඉන්නවා නම් ඒ වගේ තත්වයට අපිත්පත් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ විදිහට අපි වැඩ කරගෙන යන්න ඕනේ කියලා කල්පනා කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒකෙන්දී ඒ සූත්‍රයේදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ විසාකාවට දේශනා කරනවා. ඉතින් ගාක් දෙවියන්ගේ නම් කියලා. ඉතින් මේ දෙවියෝ මේ විදිහටපත් වුණා. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට හිතන්න. නමුත් දේවත්වයට පත්වීම නෙමෙයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී කියන්නේ. මේ ක්ලේශයන් මර්ධනය කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන කාරණේ තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී දේශනා කරන්නේ. දේශනා කළා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ තව කාරණයක් ගැන කියන අන්තිමට කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේ තමන් මේ රකින්න සීලය රහතන් වහන්සේලා අනුගමනය කරපු මාර්ගය කියලා ඒ தത്വයට එයපත් වුණා. ඒ தത്വෙමයි මමත් මේ සීලයන් ආරක්ෂා කරන්න කියලා කල්පනා කරන්න කියලා. උදාහරණයක් හිටියට කියනවා නම් 8 සිල් ගත්තයින් පස්සේ 8 සිල් අරගෙන තමන්ට කල්පනා කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් රහතන් වහන්සේලා කවදාවත් පරපණ නැසුවේ නැහැ. කාටවත් කරදරයක් කරේ නැහැ. ඒ විදිහටම මමත් කාටවත් කරදරයක් කරේ නැහැ කියලා අපිට කල්පනා කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් දුකක් දුන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම ප්‍රාණඝාතයක් කරේ නැහැ කියලා අපිට හිතන්න පුළුවන් නම් අන්න ඒක තමයි ඒ සීලය කියලා බුදුහාඳුරුවෝ පෙන්눔 කරේ. ඒ විදිහට අපිට හිතන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා ප්‍රාණඝාතයක් මම කරලා නැහැ. එතකොට රහතන් වහන්සේ කෙනෙක් මේ විදිහට කරලා නැහැ. මමත් ඒ විදිහට ඒවා කරලා නැහැ කියලා. එතෙන්දී බුදුහාඳුරේ පෙන්වනවා කාරණා 8ම පිළිබඳව. ඒ විදිහට බුදුහාඳුර කියන රහතන් වහන්සේලා කවදාවත් අනුන්ගේ දෙයක් ගන්නෙ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම මම අනුන්ගේ දෙයක් අරගෙනත් නැහැ, අරගන්නෙත් නැහැ කියලා Tamanට හිතේ ඇති කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් අන්න ඒක තමයි එතනදී සීලය වෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේම රහතන් වහන්සේලා කාම මිත්‍යාචාරයේ යෙදෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම මමත් ඒ කාම මිත්‍යාචාරයේ යෙදෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම බ්‍රහ්මචාරීව ජීවත් වෙනවා කියලා ඒ අවස්ථාවේ ඒ ටිකට කල්පනා කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් අන්න ඒකයි සීලය ආරක්ෂා කරනවා කියන්නේ. දෙවියන් හා අපි එකතු කරගෙන කල්පනා කරනවා. දෙවියන් මෙන්න මේ විදිහට කරේ ඒ විදිහට අපිත් කරනවා කියලා. ඒ වගේමයි මම රහතන් වහන්සේලා කවදාවත් බොරු කියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අය බොරු කියලාත් නැහැ, බොරු කියන්නේත් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම මේ රහතන් වහන්සේගේ ප්‍රතිපත්තිය අනුව මමත් ඒ විදිහට කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා ඒ විදිහට පිළිපදින්න කියලා. ඒ වගේමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී කියනවා රහතන් වහන්සේලා කවදාවත් මත්ද්‍රව්‍යයන් පානය කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ විදිහට මමත් ඒ විදිහට කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා තමන් අදිෂ්ඨාන කරගන්නවා. ඒ වගේමයි විකාල භෝජනයෙන් වැළකීම, ඒ වගේම නත්‍ය ගීත වාද්‍ය විසුකාදී සියලු ඒ රහතන් වහන්සේලා ඒවයි යෙදුනේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මමත් ඒකේ යෙදෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා තමන් කල්පනා කරනවා. අන්තිමට රහතන් වහන්සේලා උච්චාසන මහා සයන ආදී පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම මමත් ඒ විදිහට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා තමන් ඒ රහතන් වහන්සේලා අනුගමනය කරමින් ඒ අටසිල් ආරක්ෂා කරනවා කියලා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතන දේශනා කරේ. ඉතින් මේ සූත්‍රයේදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ විශේෂයෙන්ම දේශනා කරන්නේ විසාකාවට පෙන්눔 කරනවා මේ උපෝසතය ආරක්ෂා කරන හැටි. ඇත්තටම අපි සිල් ගන්නවා, සිල් පන්සලට ගිහිල්ලා හරි කොහේ හරි ගිහිල්ලා. නමුත් අපි ඒ විදිහට සිල් රකින්නවද කියලා අපි හිතන්නට ඕන. ඒ විදිහට නෙමෙයි සමාජෙ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. නමුත් අඩු වශයෙන් ඒකට 50%ක්වත් අපිට ඒ විදිහට කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒක තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම මේක කරන්න බැරි දෙයක්වත් නෙමෙයි. අපි සිල් ගන්නවා නම් අපි දවස ගත කරන්නේ. මොකද අනිත් දවස්වල අපි දවස් 29ක් ගත කරන්නේ එක විදිහකට. නමුත් එක දවසක් අපිට ගත කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් තමන්ගේ හිතේ තියෙන ඒ ක්ලේශයන් මර්ධනය කරගෙන ජීවත් වෙන්නට. ඉතින් ඒකම එක පැත්තකින් දවසේ තමන්ට සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන් දවසක් වෙනවා. මොකද මම ආද කිසිම නරක සිතුවිල්ලක ජීවත් වුණේ නැහැ කියලා. ඒ සිතුවිල්ල අපි ඇති කර ගන්නට ඕන. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට ජීවත් වෙන්න තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්눔 කරන්නේ. එතකොට තමයි අපිට හුඟක් තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න නැති කර ගන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද අපේ තියෙන මනස තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක් මේක. මනස ඇති කර ගන්නවා. අපි ගැටුම් ඇති වෙන්නේ මනස තුලින්මයි. ඒ ගැටුම් හුඟක් निराකරණය කර ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ මනසේ ඇති කර ගන්නා වූ ශක්තිය මත. ඒ තුලින් ඇති කර ගන්නා වූ සංසුන් බව, ඒ වගේම ඒ තුලින් නැති වෙන අපේ හිතේ සාමය. ඒ සාමය ඇති කර ගන්නට තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ධර්ම දේශනා කළේ. ඒ නිසා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කිව්වේ සීලේ පතිත්ථාය නරෝසපඤ්ඤෝ. මේ සීලේ පිහිටීම තුලින් යම්කිසි පුද්ගලයෙක් ඒ තුලින් ඒ පුද්ගලයා ප්‍රඥාව ඇති කර ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. සීලේ පතිත්ථාය නරෝසපඤ්ඤ චිත්තං පඤ්ඤංච භාවය. මොකද සිත දියුණු කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ සීලය ආරක්ෂා කිරීමෙන්. නැත්තම් සිල් නැති වුණොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? හැමතිස්සෙම Tamanට කරදර කරනවාමයි. එතකොට ඇති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. සිත චංචල වෙනකොට ප්‍රඥාව ඇති කරගන්න පුළුවන් කමක් නැහැ. ඒ නිසා සීලේ තියෙනකොට අපි දන්නවා මගේ ජීවිතයේ කිසිම වැරද්දක් මම කරලා නැහැ. වැරදි නැති ජීවිත නැහැ. නමුත් ගානේ එක දවසක් සතියක් මාසයක් විදියට අපිට පුළුවන් නම් ඒ වැරදි වලින් ඈත් වෙලා ජීවත් වෙන්න. ඒක තමයි උසස් ජීවත් වීම කියලා කියන්නේ. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ විදියට විසාකාවට දේශනා කළා. ඉතින් ඒක අපේ ජීවිතවලට අදාළ දෙයක්. මේක විසාකාවට විතරක් නෙවෙයි භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට විතරක් නෙවෙයි අපි කාටත් අදාළ දෙයක් තමයි පෙහෙවස් සමාදන් වීමේදී අපි කොහොමද පිළිපදින්න ඕන කියන කාරණේ තමයි මෙතනදී මට දේශනා කරන්න ඕනකම තියෙන්නේ. මොකද අපි හුඟක් අය සිල් ගන්නවා. ඒ සිල් ගත්තාම පස්සේ අපිට පුළුවන් නම් අපේ හිත මේ විදිහේ බුද්ධානුස්මතියට, ධම්මානුස්මතිය, සංඝානුස්මතිය, සීලානුස්මතිය, දේවතානුස්මතිය, ඒ වගේම රහතන් වහන්සේලා අනුගමනය කිරීම කියන කාරණා පිළිබඳව අපිට මෙනෙහි කරමින් ඊ දවස ගත කරන්නට ඊ දවස තමයි සාර්ථක පෙහෙවස් සමාදන් වීමක් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. අද මේ සියලුම දෙනාම බුදු පියාණන් වහන්සේගේ අනන්ත වූ ගුණ සිහිපත් කරගෙන උන්වහන්සේගේ බුදු වීම ඒ වගේම ඉපදීම බුදු වීම සහ පිරිනිවන් පෑම කියන කාරණා රාශියක් නිමිති කරගෙන ඒ කාරණා තුනම සිහිපත් කරගෙන විහාරස්ථානයට පැමිණියේ. මේ ආගමික කටයුතු වල සහභාගී වුණේ. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරු කෙරෙහි භක්තියක් තියෙනවා. උන්වහන්සේගේ ධර්මයේ කෙරෙහි ඒ භක්තිය, ඒ වගේම පිළිපැදීම, ඒ වගේම තමන්ගේ හැඟීම තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා කෙරෙහි ගෞරවය, ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රද්ධාව කියන කාරණා සියලුම දේවල් තියෙනවා. ඒව ඇතුව තමයි මේ සියලුම දේවල් සිද්ධ කළේ. ඒ නිසා මේ පින්නතුන් දන්නවා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ ගුණ අනන්තයි, ඒ වගේම ධර්මයේ ගුණ අනන්තයි. ඒ විදිහට ජීවත් වුණොත් අපේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න හුඟක් දුරට අඩු කරගන්නට පුළුවන් වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කිව්වේ සීලේ පතිත්ථාය නරෝ සපඤ්ඤෝ චිත්තං පඤ්ඤංච භාවයන් ආතාපි නිපකෝ බිකු කෝයි සෝයි මං විජතේ ජටං. ඒ පුජ්‍යලයා තමයි මේ ගැටලු සේරම විසඳගන්නේ. ඒ පුජ්‍යලයා මෙතනදී අපේ එදිනෙදා ජීවිතයේ ප්‍රශ්න විතරක් නෙවෙයි අවසානයේ නිවන් දකිනා කාරණේ දක්වාම බුදුහාමුදුරේ එතනදී දේශනා කරනවා. එතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරු කියන්නේ ඒ විදිහට වැඩ කරගෙන යනකොට කොහොමද ප්‍රඥාව ඇති වෙන්නේ? ඒ පුද්ගලයා සීලය ආරක්ෂා කරනකොට රාගයන්ගෙන්, දේශයන්ගෙන්, ඒ වගේම අවිද්‍යාවෙන් මිදලා, ඒ වගේම තණ්හාවෙන් මිදෙන්නට පුළුවන් වෙනවා ඒ පුද්ගලයාට. තණ්හාවෙන් මිදෙන්න මොකද එතන යම් කිසි තැනක මේ නාම රූප කියන දෙක තියෙනවා නම්, එතන කාම භව තියෙනවා නම්, ඒ වගේම රූප භව අරූප භව තියෙනවා නම්, ඒවා කොහේ ගියත් අපිට දුක් දෙන ස්ථාන. ඉතින් ඒව තුලින් තමයි අපි මිදෙන්නට මහන්සි ගන්නෙ. ඉතින් ඒ කාම භව, රූප භව, අරූප භව කියන ඔය හැම තැනම දුක් තියෙනවා. ඒ දුකින් සේරම මිදෙන්නට නම් අවසානයේ දැන් මේ අවස්ථාවේදී නම් මේ පිටුත් ඒ தത്വයට යන්න බලාපොරොත්තුවක් නැහැ. නමුත් අවසානයේ අපේ බලාපොරොත්තුව නිවන් සාක්ෂාත් කර ගැනීම. ඒ සාක්ෂාත් කර ගැනීමට නම් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම අපි සීලය ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන, අපේ සිත් සංසුන් කරගෙන, ප්‍රඥාව ඇති කර ගන්න ඕන. ප්‍රඥාව ඇති වෙනකොට අපේ තියෙන රාග, ద్వේෂ, මෝහ කියන දේවල් නැති වෙලා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම නිවන් සාක්ෂාත් කර ගන්නට පුළුවන් වෙනවා. ඒක නිසා තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරු මෙතනදී දේශනා කරන්නේ අපි අවබෝධ කර ගන්න ඕන අපේ ජීවිතයේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. ඒ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා වගේම ඒවට බලන්න ඕනේ මොකද මේ ගැටලු ඇති වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඒ ගැටලු ඇතිවීමට හේතු ප්‍රශ්න බලලා ඊළඟට ඒ ප්‍රශ්නය විග්‍රහ කරගෙන ඒකට අපි විසඳුම් ලබා ගන්න ඕන, උපදෙස් ලබා ගන්න ඕන. ඊළඟට ඒකට අපි විසඳුමක් ලබා ගන්න ඕන. විසඳුමක් ලබා ගත්තයින් පස්සේ ඒ විසඳුම බලිතොවිල්ල ඔය බෝධි පූජා ඔය සේරම නෙමෙයි. නමුත් තමන්ගේ සීලය වර්ධනය කර ගැනීම තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒ තුලින් තමයි අපිට නිවන් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මම මේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ උදාන ගාථාවකින් දේශනා කරමින් අද ධර්ම දේශනාව අවසන් කරන්නට මම මේ ගාථාව යොදාගත්තා. බුදුහාමුදුරු බුදු වුණාන් පස්සේ කියනවා අනේක ಜಾති සංසාරං සන්ධා විස්සං අනිබ්බිසං ගහකාරකං ගවේසන්තෝ දුක්ඛා ಜಾති පුනප්පුනං ගහකාරක දිට්ඨෝසි පුනගේහං නකාසි සබ්බාතේ පාසුකාපග්ගා ගහකූටං විසංකිතං විසංකාරගතං චිත්තං තණ්හානං කය මජ්ජගාති. ඒ විදිහට බුදුහාමුදුරු දේශනා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? බුදුහාමුදුරු සංසාරේ ජීවිත ගණනාවක් මුළුල්ලේ සංසාරේ ඇවිද්ද මේ මොකද මේ අපේ සංසාර ගමන සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ගහකාරකං ගවේ සන්තෝ දුක්ඛා ජාති පුනප්පුනං දුක් විඳ නැවත උපදෙමින් මම මේ මොකද මේකට හේතුව කියලා හෙව්වා. එතකොට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දැක්කේ ගහකාරක දිට්ඨෝසි පුනගේ නම් මම දැන් දැක්කා කවුද මේ ගේ හදන්නේ කියලා. පුනගේහං නකාසි ආයිත් ගේ නම් හදන්නේ නැහැ. සබ්බාතේ පාසුකාපග්ග සියලුම දේවල් සියලුම ඒ ගේ හදලා තිවිච්ච ಜಾති මම නැති කරා. ගහ කූටං විසංකිතං මුදුනම තියෙන ගහ කූටේ කියන එක ගහේ මුදුන ගහ කූටං විසංකිතං විසංඛාරගතං චිත්තං තණ්හානං කය මාගේ තිවිච්ච ඒ ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන වුණා කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරේ ඒ අවස්ථාවේ දේශනා කරනවා. බුදුහාමුදුරේ ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී දේශනා කරන්නේ මොකද? අපේ තියෙන තෘෂ්ණාව නිසා අපි මේ ලෝකයට බැඳිලා ඉන්නවා. ඒ බැඳිලා ඒ තෘෂ්ණාව නිසා අපේ තියෙන ක්ලේශයන් නිසා අපි මේ සංසාරයට බැඳලා ඉන්නවා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙන්눔 කරන්නේ මොකද? සීලය තුලින් අපිට පුළුවන් වෙන අවබෝධයක් ලැබෙනවා. කොහොමද ප්‍රඥාව ඇති කරගන්න කියලා, කොහොමද මේ රාග, ద్వේෂ, මෝහ කියන ಜಾති නැති කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එතනදී කියන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා අපි බෞද්ධයන් හැටියට සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන ඒ වගේම මනාව ධර්මයේ තේරුම් අරගෙන ඒ විදිහට ජීවත් වෙමින් තමන්ගේ තියෙන ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන කර ගැනීම තුළින් අපි සියලුම දෙනාට පුළුවන් වෙනවා අවසානයේ නිවන් සාක්ෂාත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට කරන එකම ගෞරවය ඒකයි. මොකද බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ හැම අවස්ථාවෙදීම කියන්නේ මට වැඳුම් පිදීම් කරනවට වැඩිය මාදියා බලාගෙන ඉන්නවට වැඩිය මගේ ධර්මයේ අනුගමනය කරන්න. ඒ ධර්මයේ අනුගමනය කිරීම තුළින් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔබට සැනසීමක් ලැබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඒක තමයි නියම මාර්ගය කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දේශනා කළා. ඒ නිසා මම මේ වචන කීපෙන් ධර්ම දේශනාව સમાપ્ત කරනවා. අද දවසේ මගේ ප්‍රධානම දේශනාව හැටියට යොදාගත්තේ ඒ විසාඛාවට දේශනා කරපු සූත්‍ර ධර්මයේ උපෝසත සූත්‍රයේ. උපෝසත සූත්‍රයේ ආශ්‍රයෙන් මම දේශනා කළේ මොකද කොහොමද පියවස් සමාදන් වෙන්නේ, කොහොමද සිල් සමාදන් වෙලා අපි දවසක් ගත කරන්න ඕන කියන කාරණේ පිළිබඳව අපේ පින්නතුන්ට යම්කිසි අවබෝධයක් ලබා දීමට. ඒ නිසා මම මේ දේශනාව කරේ. ඉතින් එක සීල තියෙනවා. මේ ගෝපාලෝග්ගේ සූත්‍ර ඒ විදිහේ උපෝසත තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නිගණ්ඨ උපෝසතක් තියෙනවා. ඒ සේරට වැඩි වටින්නේ ආර්ය සීලේ. ආර්ය සීලය අපිට පුළුවන් ආරක්ෂා කරගන්නට බුද්ධානුස්සති, ධම්මානුස්සති, සංඝානුස්සති, සීලානුස්සති, ඒ වගේම දේවතානුස්සති, ඒ වගේම රහතුන් කොහොමද සිල් ආරක්ෂා කරේ කියන කාරණා පිළිබඳව මෙනෙහි කරමින් දවස ගත කිරීම තුළින් අපිට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම අපේ ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහීන කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. ක්ලේශයන් නැති කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. අඩුම ගානේ මාසිකට දවසක්වත් අපි සිල් රකින්නවා නම් ඒ විදිහට Tamanට සැනසෙන්න පුළුවන්. මම සීලය ආරක්ෂා. හැමදාම සිල් රකින්න මහන්සි ගන්නට ඕන. ඉතින් පන්සිල් කියන එක අපේ ජීවිතේට හැමදාම ගන්නට ඕන එකක්. ඉතින් සමහර අවස්ථාවලදී අටසිල් සමාදන් වෙලා ඒ තුලින් ඔබ හැමත සැනසීමක් ලැබේවා, නිවන් සාක්ෂාත් කර ගැනීමට මේ ධර්මයේ උපයෝගී වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් ධර්ම දේශනාව સમાપ્ત කරනවා. ආකාශට්ඨා ච භුම්මට්ඨා දීවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා තිරන් රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක ශාසනං. ආකාශට්ඨා ච භුම්මට්ඨා දීවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා තිරන් රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං. ආකාශට්ඨා ච භුම්මට්ඨා දීවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා තිරන් රක්ඛන්තු ත්වං සදා. හැම දිනාටම සැනසීම ලැබේවා. ත්‍රිවන් සරණයි. ඊළඟට අපි සිල් පවාරණය කරලා පිරිත් දේශනා කරලා පින් අනුමෝදන් කිරීමේ කටයුතු සිදු කරනවා. පොඩි වෙලාවක් ඉන්න වෙනවා.
चक्रवडङ्कितरत्न सुपादो लङ्घनमण्डित आयतपाणि चामरछत्र विभूषित पादो ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो सक्के कुमार वारो सुखुमालो लखन विथत पुण्य शरीरो लोकहिताय गातो नारवीरो ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो पुण्य सशंख निभो मुख वन्नो देव नारायण पियो नारनागो मत्त गजिंद विलासित गामी ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो खत्तिय संभव अंग कुलीनो देव मनुष्य पमासित पादो शील समाधि प्रतिष्ठित चित्तो ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो आयतयुक्त सुसंठित नासो गोपमुखो अभिनील सुनेतो इंद्रधनु अभिनील भमुको ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो भट्ट सुमट्ठ सुसंठित गीवो सिंहलो निगराज शरीरो कंचन सुच्छ वियुत्थम वन्नो ईसहितुई है पिता नारसिंहो सीनित सुगंभीरा मंजु सुघोषो सुलबंधो सुरत सुजीप हो बीसति बीसति सेत सुदंतो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो अंजन वन्न सुनील सुकेशो कंचन पट्टविशुद्धलालाटो ओषधि पंडुरशुद्धसु उन्नो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो गच्छति नीलपाथे वियचन्दो तारगणा पारिविण्ठितरूपो सावकमञ्जे गातो सामुनिन्दो ईसहि तुई है पिता नारसिंहो।
All right. අපි අපේ වැඩසටහන අවසන් කරනවා මේ පිරිත් දේශනාව පවත්වලා ඒ වගේම පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාව කරනවා. ඊටාම මේ සාර්ථක දවසක් මේ පළමුවෙන්ම අපි විහාරස්ථානීය කොවිඩ් එකට පස්සේ ආරම්භ කරපු දවස. ඉතින් අද දවසේ වෙසක් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක තිබුණා. අවසරුව මහ ජනතාවට විවෘත කළා. සෑහෙන පිරිසක් ආවා. දෙකේ ඉඳලා හැන්දෑවේකටත් හිටියා. ඉතින් අපි බොහොම සාර්ථකයි. මම දහවල් දානේ දායකත්වයේ බාරගත්ත අපේ කෝඩිනේටර්ස්ලට මම ඉතාම කෘතඥ වෙනවා. ඉතාම ලස්සනට ඒ පින්කම සිද්ධ කළා. ඒ අයට පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනා කරනවා. හැන්දෑවේ මේ ගිලම්පස කියන්නේ මේ දරුවෝ ටිකක් තරුණ පිරිස එකතු වෙලා බොහොම ලස්සනට මේ පැමිණි සියලු දෙනාටම රිෆ්‍රෙශ්මන්ට්ස් හදලා පිළිගන්නවා. ඉතාම හොඳට මාංශ වෙලා ඕනකමින් මේ වැඩේ කරලා තියෙනවා. අඩුවක් පාඩුවක් කිසිම දෙයක් නැති වෙන්න. ඉතිරි අයට මම හිතන්නේ තව ඒ ඉතිරි කෑම පැකට් ටික යනකොට මේ ඉන්න අය අරගෙන යන්න ගෙදරවල් වලට ගිහිල්ලා ඒ ගෙවල් වල ඉන්න අයටත් දෙන්න වෙසක් දානයක් ඒක අපේ ලංකාවේ දන්සැල් දෙනවා. ඒක ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම ඒ දන්සැල තමයි ඒ දුන්නේ ළමයි ටික. ඒ ළමින්ට මම ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. අතිශයින්ම හෘදයාංගම ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. ඒක වැඩේ තාම හොඳින් තාම ලස්සනට තාවුණකමින් අඩුපාඩුවක් නැතුව සිද්ධ කරලා තියෙනවා. බොහොම හොඳට වෙසක් දවස සාර්ථකයි. ඔබ සැමටම තුරුවන්ගේ සරණ ලැබේවා කියලා මම ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. ඒ ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරලා මේ වන්දනාමාන සිද්ධ කරන්නයි දැන් සූදානම් කරන්නේ. පූජා කරන්න ඉක්මනට.
ලක්ස් පොඩක් අර මේක අයින් කරනවද? අර ට්‍රේ එක බිමින් තියන්න. ඒක බිමින් තියන්න.
දැන් ඔහොම තියන්නකෝ. ඉතින් ඔක අරලා යන්න. අරින්නකෝ. ඔක විවෘත කරන්න එහෙම. දැන් හරි. දැන් ගිහලා වාඩි වෙන්න. We do chanting now. And after that, I would like to convey our Punya-anumodana to everyone. Now, I'm very grateful to the Mahasangha for their contribution for this program. I'm very, very happy, and their contribution was the most important thing for the success of the program. Thank you, Nakamdrune. Thank you, Sugita Manohimian. Thank you, Bandulhimian. Thank you, Silvimila Hamdru. Siradinatama Pinsideva Kila Sirvatka. Pansil Ganda Namaskari Kyan. Say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Say Namo Tassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami. Adinadana Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami. Kamesu Michachara Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhyami. Musavada Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Sramire Majjapama Dattana Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Gilampasa Malpan Pujava Pavatama.
Okay, let us offer these offerings to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. May the merits accrued by these offerings be with you all to have a happy, peaceful and successful life in this existence. With these good thoughts, let us recite these stanzas. Vannagandha gunopi tang etang kusuma santating Pujayami muning dasa siripada saroruhe Pujemi buddhang kusumena nena Punyena metena ca hotu mokkang Puppang milayati yatha idam me Kayo tatayati vinasa bhavang Ghana sarappaditena Deepena tamadang sina Tiloka deepang sambuddhang Pujayami tamonudang Gandha sambhara yuttena Dupena hang sugandhina Pujaye pujaniyantang Puja bhajana muttamang Sugandhang sitalang kappang Pasanna madhurang subhang Paniya metang bhagava Patiganhatum uttama Adhivasetuno bhante Gilana pacayang imang Anukampang upadaya Patiganhatum uttama Adhivasetuno bhante Sabbang saddhaya pujitam Anukampang upadaya Patiganhatum uttama Vandami cetiyang sabbang Sabbadhani supatititang Saririka dhatu maha bodhing Buddha rupang sakalang sada Kayena vaca cittena Pamadina maya katang Acayang kamami banti Buri panya tathagata Imina punya kammena Mami bala samagamo Satang samagamo hotu Yava nibbana patiya.
We are going to do chanting, invoke blessings upon you, wishing you happiness and peace of mind. May no harm come to you, may no difficulties come to you, may no problems come to you. We wish you very happy Vesak day to everyone. At the same time, the blessings of the Buddha be with you, giving you courage, determination, to continue your endeavors. We wish you all the success. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti viso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho Vijjācarana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattā deva manussānaṁ buddho bhagavati svakhato bhagavata dhammo sanditthiko akariko ehi passiko Panayiko paccattam veditabbo viññohiti supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho ujupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho ñāya patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho sāmīti patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho yatidam cattari purisa yukāni atta purisa pukkala esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho āhuneyo pāhuneyo dakkineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang puññaketang lokasati tena sacca vajjena pātu tvang ratanatayang tena sacca vajjena pātu tvang ratanatayang tena sacca vajjena pātu tvang ratanatayang Karuniko nato itaya sabba paninang puretva parami sabba patto sambodhi muttamang etena sacca vajjena hotu te jaya mangalang jayanto bodhiyamule Sakkyanang nandi vaddano evaṁ tuyam jayo hotu jayassu jaya mangalang sakkatva buddha ratanang osadang uttamang varang itang deva manussānaṁ buddha tejena sottina nassantu paddava sabbi dukkha upasamentu te sakkatva dhamma ratanang osadang uttamang varang parila upasamanang dhamma tejena sottina nassantu paddava sabbi bhaya upasamentu te sakkatva sangha ratanang osadang uttamang varang āhuneyyam pāhuneyyam sangha tejena sottina nassantu paddava sabbe roga upasamentu te yang kinci ratanang loke vijjati vividha putu ratanang buddha samang nati tasma sotti bhavantu te yang kinci ratanang loke vijjati vividha putu ratanang dhamma samang nati tasma sotti bhavantu te yang kinci ratanang loke vijjati vividha putu ratanang sangha samang nati tasma sotti bhavantu te natti me saranang anyang buddho me saranang varang etena
sacca vajjena hotu te jaya mangalang natti me saranang anyang dhammo me saranang varang etena sacca vajjena hotu te jaya mangalang natti me saranang anyang sangho me saranang varang etena sacca vajjena hotu te jaya mangalang sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu mate bhavatvantarayo sukhi digayuko bhava bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te.
And last not least, I would like to share the merits with you. I would like to extend the blessings to the people, those who have sponsored for the day. Mr. Mitra this Alvis and Mrs. Champa the Alvis in France, and also Mrs. Brenda Atukorla. Those are the people who contributed for the fund of the Vihara as is sponsoring this Vesak Day program. May they share these merits, may we wish, may they be well, happy and peaceful, especially they want to transfer merits to their departed parents. May the merits be with them, may they attain supreme bliss of Nibbana. And also in the morning, Dana was offered by Mr. Kumar and Vasanti. We wish them, and Manisha, we wish them good health and happiness and long life to them. The lunch dani was offered by our coordinators with our trustees. We would like to extend blessings to their families. May they be well and happy, and we wish them good health, happiness, long life to everyone. And also in the afternoon, a group of young Daikas offer refreshment for the people, those who have attended to the Vesak Day ceremony. I appreciate very much. They have prepared all these refreshment very well, and also I would like to ask you, there are leftover as well. Would you please take all these foods? Don't waste. It is no good to waste in the food. In the world, there are a lot of people, lack of food, they are suffering. So therefore, we have to pay respect to the food. Take all the food and share with others wherever you go. And thank you so much for this young group. We wish them good health and long life and success of their endeavors. I wish them their success of their jobs and families. May they be well, happy and peaceful. Also, some people contributed here in the hall for the maintenance and upkeep of the Vihara. We thank you to them as well. Also for this online service, dedicated a lot of time by Lux and Mr. Lux Dissanayaka and Mr. Gamini Amarsekara, joined with Venerable Sukhitamano. Their endeavor, actually, their work actually have given a lot of blessings for the Vesak Day ceremony. Some people join online. Therefore, the merits I would like to share with them. May they share these merits, may they be well. And our Venerable Mahasangha, Venerable Upananda Nayakatero is actually is amazing, supported for the ceremony in the morning and in the afternoon. I'm very grateful, Bhante. Thank you so much. Venerable Bandula Thera, he sent all the emails, information to our Dayakas and also contributed for the program today. And I'm very appreciate very much and thank you very much. And also our trustees also, they have contributed and they help us. May they also share the merits. Also in our founder, great Anagarga Dhammapala Shada's merits. May he attain Nibbana and trust in Colombo, ADT, share these merits. May they have good health and long life and protection from all the dangers. May the Dayakas, those who have attended to the ceremony today, may you all be well, happy and peaceful. May deities share these merits. May they give their blessings to everyone. May deities attain nirvana. And thank you very much for everything that you have done for the program today. Sam dinatama Trividaratne ආශිර්වාදේ ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් මේ tidy up කරන්න ටිකක් මේ කොට්ටමෙට් ඒවා තැන්වල ලස්සනට තියන්න ඒ වගේම ආහාර පාන ඉතුරුවා විනාශ කරන්න නැති කරන්න නැතුව කැමර පුළුවන් තරම් අරගෙන යන්න පුටු ටිකක් එකලස් කරන්න විහාරයේ තිබුණ හැටියට හරි ගස්සන්න ඕනේ දැන් ඒ වැඩ ටිකත් අපේ කෝඩිනේටර්ස්ලාත් ඉන්නවා දායක සිළු දෙනාම ඒ ටිකත් කරලා දීලා යන්න හොඳයි සිළු දෙනාටම මගේ හදපිරි ස්තුතිය කෘතඥතාවය හිමි වෙනවා හැම දිනාටම නිරෝගී වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා අභිවාදන සීලිස නිච්ඡං වද්දා පචායනෝ චත්තාරෝ ධම්මා වඩ්ඩන්ති ආයුවන්නෝ සුඛං බලං ආරෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච නිබ්බාන සම්පatti මිනාතේ සමිජ්ජතු තුන් සරණයි